Yo, chat. How are we doing, guys? Welcome to the Tassel Tussle 2 Battle Aces Invitational. I am joined with
Geminis
2, GE Mini. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm excited. The last one that we did of this was a huge success. Amazing games. I think we've got a great lineup here today.
Yeah. We got 8 different players. We're going to be doing a bunch of different games here. We have starting off a couple best of 5s, and then going into some best of 7s, and then a best of 9 final for a winner-take-all tournament. It's going to be pretty fun.
Yeah, it's going to be very cool. Let's get the bracket up here now. So, as you guys can see, we're going to have DeWalt versus Theory first, Percival versus Vibe, Albino versus Trigger, and then finally Sturgeon versus Parting for the top 8. Now, some of these players, if you've been playing these kind of new age RTSs, whether it's Battle Aces or Stormgate, Zero Space, all these players have been very active in those. All these guys come from StarCraft 2, with the exception of DeWalt, who comes from StarCraft 1. And the reason why I want to point DeWalt out here and why he is exciting to have. DeWalt is the best non-Korean StarCraft 1 player. Obviously, Boneth from Poland, also very good. But DeWalt, a Russian player, this guy beats SSL or ASL, as it was formerly known, players. Consistently in the top 100 on ladder. So this is a bit of a wild card. I think if anybody were to look at this bracket at a glance, they might think that Theory would easily walk over DeWalt. And who knows, he might. But there is a real chance that DeWalt is going to be kind of a blowout player here for this event.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. I actually didn't really know that he was playing much Battle Aces before I was actually looking for the people to invite for this tournament. Yeah. I was looking at the rankings, and I saw him up there. I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Let's see if we can get him in here. And he was quite interested. So I am very interested just to see what actually he's going to be going for, if he's how well practiced he is. I mean, he's pretty high up there on the ladder, a top ace himself. So I don't know. I'm just curious to see what he brings.
Well, it's going to be interesting. And whenever you have a new game, there's always a couple people that come in early that can usually dominate before things get bigger, before there's more money in the game. But when the games do pick up, then a lot more people start to move in here. So this is maybe the first moment that we're having like that, where we're kind of having, and I know this sounds maybe over the top, but like I guess as far as beta goes, a second generation of player coming in here.
Players.
We had the first beta run, and obviously all the players that we have here are great. But coming into this, I'm most interested in our first match, just to see how DeWalt is able to play and hang.
Yeah, I am also just very excited for our boy Sturgeon as well later. He almost got the upset versus Trigger last time, and now he's got he was giving me some dirt in the DMs about this.
Yeah, getting paired against Parting, it's not going to be easy. Again, it is best of 5s, then best of 7s, and finally best of 9s when we get to the finals here. There's no losers bracket. And if you're watching this live and maybe you have to go, it's late where you are, you've got some other obligation, this will all be uploaded in full on my YouTube. You can find that on the Twitch description at the below where the stream is. You can scroll down and find that. So I think we're basically ready to get into this. Players are allowed to change their decks in between matches. And so we're going to be going, I think, into game 1 right now. Let's switch screens. Oh, hold on a second. Is this not... Oh, no, there we go. We're good. Okay.
Take it off. There we go. All right. So, yeah, we're going to be having DeWalt on the left, bottom left side, going for actually a Wasp Rush, it looks like.
Yeah.
Did not, actually, he did expand, though.
Post-expand Wasp Rush.
Yep.
Can we get the deck up again real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, and it's going to be a Wasp Hornet. Wasp Hornet's actually looked pretty strong here, especially if you're against somebody who's also just going Wasps. Theory's going for what looks, at least at the start, is more of a conservative opener, using blinks. We see this position with the blinks a lot of times, kind of in between the main and the second base. DeWalt's going to swing through again. And this is very standard now. Third base always going to the Wasp player early on. This reminds me a lot of how, you see like some of these games versus Zergs where you're like Protoss and you're just kind of staying back and trying to hold stuff off. Oh, is it say StarCraft in the game? Thank you, chat. I can change that. I'll
Oh,
fix
yeah.
that on my phone.
Excellent. We're going to be having a third base coming down for Theory as well, as he's going to have to, again, just play a little bit defensive, going for the blink opener. It's just kind of how it works. Wasps are super fast. They can get everywhere really quickly and then just kind of be really a huge nuisance here. So he's going to be going into Stingers and Butterflies for DeWalt as well. We have no tech so far for Theory, so we're going to see what his decision is to go for the counter, but I would not be surprised if we're going to be getting some Stingers out here quite quickly here for DeWalt. It's a very pretty standard composition overall to try and really bust down a player trying to sit back. And we're going to be having just an attack into the natural here, as Theory was a little bit out of position with the most of his army, just leaving a few of them back home here. And he's going to be able to wipe the entire mineral line here for Theory, and even going into the main base here to kill off those workers. This is looking a bit risky for Theory.
Yeah, well, keep in mind there will be a counterpunch that could probably come from here, but what DeWalt's doing is he's basically hurling these wasps over into this area, taking out worker after worker after worker. Now he's going to be able to hit the third, and remember, these are blinks. They're not recalls. They're not able to just kind of relocate easily, and that's what DeWalt is exploiting. Now, the issue with the blinks is that they are overall stronger than wasps, but you can see the dilemma that we're seeing Theory face here is that he doesn't really have any counterplay, right? He's basically playing cleanup after cleanup, and instead really now limping through this game with barely any workers, even losing some of the main. The natural's been wiped out. The third has taken some hits as well.
We do have some mammoths out as well now for Theory, so it's going to be a little bit harder for DeWalt to just punch right on through, as they do take less damage. Oh, it does actually show. Cool. I can even hover over it even here. Sick. So yeah, it does. They don't really do anything special versus each other, so it's not really going to be like any team is just destroying the other composition super quickly or anything. But having those out is going to help Theory be really beefy, so it's going to be really important for that. Looks like DeWalt wants to split some of his units up. Nice positioning for one of these blinks from Theory to be able to catch this. However, we're going to still have the jump.
Yeah, we're going to have a dive come in right over here. Some of the mammoths in the front are going to be wiped out. Others in the back are going to be covered very well by those blinks, and a confident Theory dives in, completely wiping this out. The counter comes in. It does kill some workers, but was that too much of a blow to the critical mass that we have here for DeWalt? DeWalt's got, even though it's versus blinks, I mean, when you get Wasp Stinger, this is truly a more nimble army. But I think if DeWalt is going to lose this game, it's going to come down to that last attack we saw. He's going to try to push in further. Some of these mammoths tanking pretty nicely. The blinks come in to punish as the retreat occurs.
Yeah, it looks like the defense is pretty solid here from Theory. The mammoth's actually doing very good work to not get killed off. There's really just no bonus damage versus them in this army for DeWalt. So this is, well, actually, maybe we're stepping over a little bit too much, but it looks like the mammoths are still just not dying very quickly whatsoever. The Stinger's getting killed off.
This is a fight I'm not quite used to seeing, which is mammoths and Stingers engaging each other. It seems like Theory barely has enough. Remember that DeWalt has not really lost a worker this entire game, so he can try to muster up a little bit more. Is it going to be an attack on the workers, or is it going to be a dive onto the expansion structure? Butterflies come into play. I actually didn't even notice that he attacked up there. But this is going to be driven away. We only have one butterfly left over, some hornets here. Is this going to be the moment that DeWalt has to tap out, or can he finally fight back and push this away?
Yeah, I mean, these mammoths are really just not dying. It's getting really difficult for DeWalt to actually hold on any longer. This third base is surely going to get killed off pretty soon. The workers are all dead pretty much, and we just basically see scraps running in here for DeWalt every second, and there's the first game tap out there. So Theory will be going up 1-0 in the first series here.
Great game, actually. I really I like the start from DeWalt a lot. It doesn't seem like it's very easy for the Blink player to like cover everything and be safe. And it seems almost like DeWalt may have had a layup to win it, but when he took his opportunity, or his perceived opportunity, and actually attacked in, that was the overextension. Wasp, Stinger, going to be a lot more fluid positionally. But when it comes to head-to-head fights, you got to be very, very careful. It's definitely one where he committed in a situation where he should have just backed off. So this is a best of 5. We're going to be going into game 2 in a second here, and I got to say, just a great match 1 to start things off. DeWalt looking very good, like we expected.
Yeah, I think just the overextension, like you said, at the third base was a little bit not not really what DeWalt wanted, I guess. Maybe I think he should have maybe just let the Wasps that were going into the second base do a little bit more by themselves and maybe pull Theory back a little bit instead of fully engaging in the front. I think maybe he just thought that he had the win.
I think that's
maybe.
exactly what happened.
He just assumed that the Stingers would do much better against the Mammoths than they actually did, but we'll see if there's any deck changes or anything going into game number 2.
Okay, into game 2 we go. Oh, yeah, can you just update the score? Sorry about that. So it's going to be Wasps again here with DeWalt in the bottom left. And it's actually one-base play. But I don't believe we have tech coming.
It's also Wasps from Theory as well this game, so he did switch it up. So they're both kind of playing expansion chicken here, it looks like. So they're not quite sure which one is going to be going for what, as they're just kind of feeling each other out and then realizing it's not going to be a one-base all-in. They scout each other and will just drop down their expansion. So a nice little chicken game to start off.
Yeah, by the way, chat, thank you for reminding me to change the game to Battle Aces. We had some other stuff we had to set up here. If there's anything else that's wrong with the stream, you can just post in chat and we'll fix it, probably in between games. So it's going to be Theory with the first third base. I was, before that happened, about to say, who actually takes a third here? Can you take a third in Wasp versus Wasp? Now, DeWalt is not trying to match this. He's teching, and he's got one of these dual Starforge techs. Is it called the Starforge, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Starforge techs, where he can get both butterflies and stingers. So, there's two ways that this can really go. Do you want to try to fight this with air? How are you going to deal with this? He does have, are those Hunter blinks?
Yeah, Theory's got Blink Hunters, and then we got Hornets coming out from DeWalt. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the only way he's going to be able to fight that.
DeWalt's trying to get into this natural and also to the main bases to get a little bit of damage done, but Theory pretty on top of it, will be able to get on and just deny these. But then that does leave the third base open for a little bit here. I mean, Wasps do take quite a while to actually kill off bases, so it's not going to be a big threat, but DeWalt just trying to find any little opening to punish Theory wherever he can. Theory, obviously, just someone very experienced in Battle Aces, very good at keeping himself pretty secure no matter where it is. So it's going to be a bit difficult to actually break him thin.
Now, the longer that Theory doesn't have, the longer DeWalt does not have a third base, the worse it's going to be. But he's diving on this third, and interestingly, Theory's actually not running back home to protect it. There's enough Wasps here to clear up the natural. What about the main, though? This could be a situation where, almost all of the workers are going to be killed off, and it's going to just accelerate. I mean, we're seeing a big dive over here onto the natural. By the way, the third for Theory was destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, he's also just going straight into the main, trying to kill all of the workers. He's basically getting every single one. He's suiciding everything for it, but then back over in his main base, his tech has come up now, so he's got Stingers on the defensive as well, and they're not actually getting touched. Focus fire coming in from Theory to snipe down the Stingers of his opponent, and will be able to kill them off. He's killed off the army. He's saved his main income set, but his opponent still does have an expansion, so this is going to get really awkward here for Theory, as he's going to have to make a couple decisions on what he actually wants to do. Is he going to just go for the straight all-in counter, or does he need to try and slowly get his own bases back up? For now, it looks like he's going for the counter.
Yeah, neither side with a lot of workers here. Most of the natural workers are still there for DeWalt. I think he has one worker inside of his main right now. Remember, the Theory is on one base. So if DeWalt can just stabilize here, he will have a much, much better looking income. And that'll make it hard for Theory to even get his natural expansion up again.
Oh, and now we have the jump coming in from DeWalt as we're catching everything here. We had a couple butterflies in the army for Theory, hoping that would maybe catch DeWalt off guard, but there are enough Hornets ready, and we're getting a chase. 2 base saturation is back as all the workers have respawned for DeWalt, and he's going to be able to snowball this, I think, across the map. There's only a few more Stingers with just barely any hit points left, as the reinforcements do kind of come together here for Theory. He's going to push DeWalt back for now, but I think DeWalt just only needs to defend, and he's going to be totally fine.
Yeah, there's really no pressure on DeWalt to do anything other than, all right, he beat me too. I was going to say, there's no pressure for DeWalt to do really anything other than not die, because he's going to have a better score when the 10 minutes are up, and it's this button right over here.
Mm-hmm.
There we are. That was close. Yeah, great game. Really different looking game than a lot of the ones we've casted, or at least for me that I've played. DeWalt going with this composition, Wasps, Stingers, and Hornets on the ground. And so one of the things I'm noticing with this comp is you can't really retreat. Now, that being said, I'm sorry, your opponent can't really retreat is what I meant to say.
Yes,
you
yeah,
can
okay.
absolutely retreat. But if your opponent starts to lose a fight and run away, everything's just going to die. These are all the fastest units in the game.
Yeah, it's like literally the fastest units. Like nothing outpaces anything in this game. So yeah, it's very difficult to actually run back. And sorry, I'm getting players ready as well. It's very difficult to just do a defensive retreat. You get snowballed on pretty quickly overall with this composition. So if you do kind of lose a fight, then you have to be making sure that your next decisions are very crisp. Otherwise, you can just easily lose the game afterwards.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I'm really excited to see that DeWalt can actually hang here. I was worried this might just be like a total blowout. For those of you guys who are joining us, it's DeWalt versus Theory, tied up 1-1. DeWalt is the best player, or at least top 2, top 3 StarCraft 1 player outside of Korea, and has beaten. I've seen him beat every StarCraft 1 pro, like from ASL. So I mean, he's a real scary guy. Theory, probably top 2, top 3 Stormgate right now. Excellent StarCraft 2 player. This is already just a great match to start things off, and a very different looking game here as well. It's gunbots to start this off. It's Theory with Wasps. Theory went for the aggression. Gunbots, you got to be careful because they can, in certain situations, eke out way more damage if you mess up and engage.
Yeah, gunbots can be very, very punishing, and I think versus the Wasps, it could be pretty decent because you do have the extra move speed with the overclock as well, so it makes it so it's a little bit difficult to actually get surrounded. Theory is going to try to poke in here, do whatever he can to find whatever damage potentially, but he's also maybe trying to actually bait the overclocks because you only do have 3 at a time. You have to wait for the cooldown to come back up to get more charges of them. So if he can bait out enough overclocks early, then there's an opportunity for Theory to potentially get a jump on the actual army.
Okay. He is continuing to power up on 2 bases. We do have tech into King Crabs and Destroyers. This is a comp I actually use quite a bit.
I do as well. They're so fun.
It's so good. It's so strong. It's going to be Mammoth Dragonfly down here for DeWalt. So he really does like to go for that kind of dual Starforge comp where it could be ground, it could be air, kind of keeps the opponent guessing where, some of these techs straight into ground play, like King Crab and Destroyer, it's fairly obvious how it's going to operate and what should be coming. Big surround from Theory.
But there is the reinforcements coming out from DeWalt on the bottom side, but that does mean he is a bit exposed on the bottom, so his main base is also going to get jumped a bit here, but there is plenty of reinforcements coming out. A couple of Wasps also sneaking into the natural here. We'll be able to get on top of these workers, but I think the damage overall is actually not too bad here for DeWalt. He's going to be able to clear all of these up, and now he's got a huge gunbot force threatening this third base. We do have to get the Destroyers out and the King Crabs from Theory to be able to defend against this. And still with good micro, though, I feel like DeWalt should be able to pressure this for a decent bit.
Yeah, the thing is you can basically play keep away from the King Crab. I mean, it's very, very similar to Stutter Step microing with Stiv Marines. There's a point where you're going to absolutely get nothing done if you're going to try to dive into that. And so I think a lot of this game is going to be hinged on if Theory can keep the space alive. DeWalt does not have a third. He does have Dragonflies. I'd be curious if he wants to fly that over into these natural and try to kill workers there. There is a King Crab run by the way.
And some Wasps
And
as well.
some Wasps. Now, King Crabs, I think they 2-shot workers?
I can't even remember anymore. I use them all the time. I think it's 3, actually.
Yeah, 3-shot now. Okay.
Still very good.
Yeah.
Dragonfly is going on the other side as well, being able to kill off workers of Theory. It's an absolute bloodbath here in terms of the workers. Everything getting suicided on the left to be able to get this damage, and the Dragonflies will stay alive for now and also force out some Blink Hunters, which generally is not something you really want to be making because obviously the anti-air unit in Battle Aces is essentially that. It's just an anti-air unit. They're pretty useless in an actual stand-up ground fight, so to force those back, that's not any of the gas resource used on any extra crabs or destroyers. So it's going to be a little awkward here for Theory, but he's still keeping this third base up pretty heavily.
Destroyers wreck mammoths, right?
Yeah, they do pretty good.
They're pretty good. Yeah, okay.
I mean, we're going to have the engagement here. We're going to try to get on top of absolutely everything is Theory. He's trying to get the surround, but the Stutter Step micro pretty good out of DeWalt, and the things are thinning out. All of the Wasps getting killed off. The Destroyer's also getting choked up by his own units, and now he's going to allow it to get jumped on. This is looking terrible for Theory.
Yeah, this is looking rough. Right as these workers are about to spawn, it looks like this structure is about to be wiped out. So basically no resources gathered here. At the third, it falls as Theory collapses back into an even more defensive position. I'm dying as I cast this game. Excuse me.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I mean, we got, like, basically nothing here for Theory. He's got a couple of King Crabs, which I guess are decent against the Gunbots if they can actually get on top. It actually looks like the overclocks are gone. They have been expent here. One finally does come back up again, so it's going to allow him to get away from those King Crabs. It was getting a little bit risky there with the King Crabs getting some shots off, but the Mammoth's now in front, soaking up that damage. There's only a few destroyers left, so they're not actually able to peel through these Mammoths quick enough. We even get a target fire on one of them as well. This is only going to be a slow burn, I think, from Theory as he tries to muster up some sort of defense.
Yeah, he could basically just rally over here, and there's no way to take a third base. You kind of lock them out of that position. Reinforcing units would just kill it, or you could just collapse back and kill it yourself. And I don't even know if you want to take a fourth base here or not. I almost think you just want to like lean into what you've got and kind of lock the game up here.
Yeah,
we're already halfway through. It's about 4 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Oh, we're going for the surround as well. We got the stuff down here, but we have the top side push coming in at the same exact time. Theory has nothing to be able to deal with these pushes. Sure, this bottom side is going to get thinned out, but it's just going to get reinforced. And that's a GG. We got DeWalt coming up 2-1 so far in the series.
Kind of crazy, man.
Yeah.
Very impressive. Looking back at that game, I mean, there were these moments it seemed like Theory might be able to take it and push out, but DeWalt was just pretty smart, pretty patient. A very different comp, by the way, Gunbots.
Yep.
I honestly find, like, if I'm using Gunbots, it's hard for me to actually switch in between a different Tier 1 comp because the way you approach it is so specific.
Sure.
You know, and trying to stem and run around the map. But DeWalt, you know, with a very different style here. Currently up 2-1. And we're going to be going into Game 4 here in a second. If DeWalt can take this, he is going to be moving on into the round of 4. If Theory takes this, we will be fortunate enough to actually have a Game 5 here. We're just letting the players select their decks. And, I mean, it's going to be kind of crazy if DeWalt actually takes this.
Yeah, I was not really expecting him to actually take the whole series against Theory. I honestly would have thought that Theory would just be overall favored. But
yeah,
I mean, he's doing pretty good.
I thought DeWalt would be like pretty good, but it's already looking like he might be able to take this.
He's going to win the whole tournament.
He's going to win. He's going to become the world champion. It's all happened here. It all started here on our stream. We're going to hop into this and get the score updated. It's DeWalt this time around with Wasp Hornet. Theory's gone for Blink Hunter. Both players fast expanding. We should see a third base taken first here for DeWalt, but I want to approach this with an open mind. For the Tier 2 tech here for Theory, he does have mortars.
Yeah. And that is a switch up. So I feel like he's going to be trying to play a much slower game this time, just making sure that he can absolutely defend everything he's got. Because I think the first game kind of emphasized that win condition for Theory. He did very good when he could actually just bunker down, make sure his army was solid and not actually get broken, and then he can just go for some big death push. It doesn't matter that he was kind of behind in an economy for the rest of the game if he can just get an overall better army versus what his opponent has. And so mortars do allow you to go for that type of style. Having destroyers on the back end with them as well, making it so that King Crabs can't just run in and just kind of tank all the mortar shots, because then the King Crabs just get evaporated there. So I think this is a nice little adjustment from Theory. We'll see how he decides to play it.
So that third base has started. Workers are going to be populated at DeWalt's base earlier. And he's basically just doing Wasp harass. The easiest way to understand this is it's like dealing with Zerglings outside of your base. You know, you don't get exposed. Don't leave anything hanging out because they're going to get surrounded. They're going to get killed, and it's going to be death by 1,000 cuts here. Another counterattack in here. It's going to be a little bit more of a strain on the Blink player when the workers at the third base are there. There's not a real easy target to hit at the third, even when it's isolated. You can damage the structure, but Wasps just don't kill buildings fast, you know.
You have time to react a little bit. Like, you don't have to panic if you have just Wasps attacking a core. It's not really going to be that threatening for now, so you can play it a little bit slow. We do have the tech coming in as the Starforge, though, from Theory, so it's not going to be the mortar play this game. He's going to be going back into the Mammoths on the ground, most likely. So he's going to try to play it exactly like the first game, actually. Just playing it as same style of being very defensive, just instead of going for the mortars like I thought he was going to it is going to be with the mammoths yet again.
Yeah, he's going to kind of match that tech here. They're both going to have butterflies. It's going to be Stinger versus Mammoth. I do believe Mammoths basically beat Stingers.
Yeah.
Head-to-head here. So I think it's going to be a game where DeWalt's going to have to rely on kind of counterattacking, hitting different locations, and he's doing that. The Stingers are out. They are just as fast as the Wasps.
They are better at killing cores than the Wasps,
Yeah.
so you have to be a little bit more careful with them. The huge blink trying to get through everything here. He's going to be able to kill everything on the front end, but he loses the base as in exchange here. So it's going to be a little bit awkward for Theory. He needs to make sure that he at least gets this base from DeWalt. Otherwise, he's going to be in a really bad spot.
Gemini. DeWalt is teching to cat buses.
Oh, is that your favorite unit,
That's my
Tasteless?
favorite unit.
Oh, we got a cat above us as well. He's
That's true.
acting as a cat bus.
Cat in the cat tree. We got our own cat bus in this room.
The surround potentially. Okay, it's a little bit mistimed. He's not actually going in with the other side. He's getting baited by a couple of reinforcing units, but I think that's still okay because that was a mammoth in there. So it's still a nice catch to have. But now his units are getting kind of streamlined in the blink forward. But now the first cat bus is out, and we don't have any anti-air. He's going to be forced to target down the core and hopefully get it in time. But it's dying pretty quickly. The DPS of the Blink is not that high, but the DPS of the other units also not able to kill them in time. We'll trade out the entire army to be able to kill it off, and the cat buses will attempt to clean everything up. And now we're going to have a huge swell of Blink Hunters on the back end for Theory.
I think a cat bus is like 250 blue as well. That's really too bad he lost the natural. So I've been running this comp where I tech into cat buses later, and as long as I can keep 2 bases up, there's this funny thing where if you get like maybe 4 cat buses, and they don't have an overwhelming amount of anti-air, you can just camp there, and anything that spawns dies.
Yep.
But he only has 2 cat buses, which is like a critical mass. It's kind of like in StarCraft where like 2 carriers don't really do anything, but then 4 is actually a lot.
Yeah.
But he's going to go with a drive-by here.
Oh my god, the blink forward tries to get something but unable to do it. And I like the actual decision from DeWalt here to reinforce with Stingers. I think he's assuming his opponent is going to be overreacting with Blink Hunters to deal with the cat buses, so he goes for the Stingers on the other side as well. The Blink Under from some of the Blink Hunters will be able to get one of the cat buses though, and this is thinning out pretty quickly for DeWalt. I think Theory will actually have a defense, assuming he can just get enough Blink Hunters out to be able to kill this. Unfortunately, kind of I don't know what he did right there.
I didn't see. Like,
I think he's trying to save his workers actually by blinking under them to get the target fire.
Scare it away.
Yeah, he's forcing the target fire to go somewhere else, I think, and also potentially getting him, to run away. So
with the cat bus, it's really easy to micro. So as long as you don't just always move it in one control group, you can kind of like right-click it away, and it's really abusable. The thing is, I think that Theory can win this if he just hangs on.
Yeah, he's definitely in the favored position. He's got 2 bases set up. Even though he lost some of the workers here, it doesn't matter. It's still more than his opponent, and it's just 1 cat bus. We don't need to be moving our entire army to kill with the, cat bus, though.
He might need to expand here. Oh, he can actually target this down.
Yeah.
And then he's going to send the cat bus in.
Oh, the blink, though, catching some of these wasps. I mean, there's just so little for DeWalt, though. The 1 cat bus actually getting killed off. And that's a game 5.
It's a game 5, boys and girls. Wow, 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 wow. Great game. Yeah, I think you lose that second base, teching up in the cat bus, and you're in trouble. It is interesting, though, when you have the wasps out and the cat bus comes out, the wasp, you cannot get away. You get surrounded. So everything gets wiped. Gosh, I wonder what kind of comp we're going to have DeWalt go for.
I mean, he's been sticking super hard on these wasps. I don't think he's going to change at this point, is he?
I don't think so.
He's won a couple games with them. I would love to see him switch just because I think that's the most interesting part about these games is seeing what adjustments they make in between. Yeah. So I would like to see him switch just because I want to see what's going on in his brain a little bit and try to figure it out. But
well, it's been about half and half as far as it working for him. It's been... He's had some great successes as far as counterattacking, but he does seem to, right about on that third base position, kind of get into a spot where he overextends. He seems to think he's perceiving that he has the lead, and that's actually when he's throwing, and the counterattack punishes him. So he's got the first part of the early game down pretty good, but when he gets to the mid game, he probably needs to just keep counterattacking and not try to close it out.
Yeah, I think he either thinks that he can't get the win, so he's kind of trying to force it, or it's just, he's misjudging it and just kind of on that little knife's edge where just a little bit more could have possibly pushed him over, but then it just isn't actually enough to secure the win. So we'll see what the adjustments are this game, as it's going to be gunbots again.
Wow, gunbots when everything's on the line.
I do like it. It did win in that. He won with that, right? One of the games. That was the second game he won, I think.
Was that the third game?
I don't even remember.
I don't know.
Caster short-term memory.
No,
guys, we can't remember anything. Unless it's right in front of us,
we
don't know what's going on.
If I watch a tournament, I can tell you like everything that happened, but there's something about casting and how I'm trying to like say what's going on, and then I occasionally have some kind of short-term memory crisis.
Yeah.
But we know he went for this before, and he did look pretty good with it.
Yeah. He did go against Wasps last time, though. So this time it's going to be Blinks, so it's going to be a bit of a different matchup. So it's not going to be quite as easy for the gunbot player to just jump on the opponent and just kind of out-micro them and whatnot, because the Blink player obviously still has the opportunity to disengage from the fight in a better way almost, and the same as kind of the gunbots, where you can just kind of you can overclock and just run away basically.
Yeah, this is a very different looking matchup. Kind of goes to show you how many different types of games you can have in Battle Aces, right? This looks and feels so different than one guy darting around the map with wasps. Now, gunbots are extremely good at pushing and kind of drawing the enemy into them and doing damage, but Blinks have this kind of unique advantage in that, you know, they can fully pull away and you know, avoid a lot of that. And then if they think they've got an overwhelming advantage, they can dive in. But I think over time, gunbots probably grind you down a little bit more.
Yeah, I would say overall the gunbot player has that potential just because of how much you can micro them and how fast they do get. So it really is not possible to jump on them unless their overclock is down. So if the gunbot player is just kind of smart about when they're using their overclocks and never have one off cooldown, then yeah, they can do very good at just grinding you down. But it's going to be up to Theory to really defend this third base, and so he has time to get his mortars out, which he does have tech available now. He's going to try to get a couple of them out, and he's going to blink forward to really keep this base alive. He needs to keep it here so that way it buys time for the mortars to come out to help defend. As those once those do get up, the gunbots will get completely shut down. They have very little health.
Very scary moment there. And he's not just going to defend with the mortars. He's going to try to push. He then sees the gunbots, baits out a stim, sets the mortar up, puts that up in siege mode. And, you know, from what I've experienced and from what other pros have told me, it does feel like, oh my God, it does feel like 3 mortars is kind of the magic number. Like 3 mortars can do quite a bit. Interesting formation here, by the way, with those tanks. Couple of blinks down there to basically be ready for a counterattack. By the way, no counterattacking really this game here from Theory, which can be very strong versus gunbots. The timing is set up here. DeWalt is going to dive in. He sees the shots from the mortars. The mortars are positioned in a way where it's going to be very tough, especially with the destroyers up here in the front. This formation is really good.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about that other game, where if you try to get a big unit to just go and dive the mortars, if you just have the destroyers on the front line, it makes it so difficult. You saw DeWalt try to go for that huge concave to go in and just bust the opponent, but with the destroyers here, you really just can't do that. They complement the mortars so well here if you can actually get it set up. We have a huge counterattack getting set up on the right side. We have Blinks trying to anticipate a Dragonfly run by, in fact, but it's going to be the gunbot mortar, and we're going to get surrounded a little bit.
Oh my God, he pulled the mortars away. I was going to say, I think the biggest weakness right now in the position, this would be about a minute ago for Theory, would be the fact that counterattacks could be so devastating. The attack is going to come in here. There's more reinforcements coming here from the side. The mortars are sieging up just now, and I don't know, DeWalt bled off quite a bit.
Yeah, I think he was assuming that his his flank would kind of come in a little bit quicker to hopefully catch Theory off guard, but unfortunately it didn't quite make it there in time, and it allowed Theory to get his mortars repositioned and now have them sieged up, making it very difficult, and it's also even pushing DeWalt further and further into his own base. If you can get past the halfway point as the mortar player, it gets extremely oppressive as the other player to actually deal anything against them, because it's just they set up and surround so much of the actual base.
Cat bust time. Get your cat ears on. This is... Now, here's the thing. This is very similar to a PvT in StarCraft 1 where the Terran's just pushing. He kills off the third. Is there enough anti-air? He's actually diving in with, I think, everything, which is probably a mistake. I think he should probably just use the cat buses. The mortars, what is that, 5 mortars, I think? The Theory on the verge of winning this. DeWalt barely hanging on. The only, you know, thing that DeWalt has is the cat buses, but he lost his natural. He's going to make another one. He's going to try to go around. He may try to just sack his natural, and he's going to have to probably just go right into the main. This is going to be a literal base race here.
I think this is a losing position, though, for DeWalt.
Yeah.
As you can see, he even realizes that he's running back home because he knows that his army is not big enough. The blink forward, getting a reinforcing cat bus is a terrible situation for DeWalt as well. Everything is bleeding out for him. He's trying to get it back across the map, but he's catching reinforcements when the main army is just targeting down the core. I think this is a hopeless situation for DeWalt as the mortar's also doing an insane amount of damage here. It's going to be very difficult to jump on them.
I think you could just right-click on it, but, you know, you got to be careful. Oh, my God. This should be game.
Boom.
GG.
Wow. A nice series.
That was
I liked
great.
It. Yeah. I was expecting a little bit more dominance from Theory, but I like that DeWalt really put his own up there. Those are
that was
nice
very
series.
cool. That was that was so good. So DeWalt put up a great fight. We definitely got to have him back. But Theory, you know, this guy is a big name in Battle Aces. He's been playing a lot. He's in incredible shape. And those two guys brought us a whole bunch of very different, interesting games.
Yeah, I was excited to see just the switches between the different core units. I think that's the biggest switch that a lot of the players make is having the early game core unit interaction give them different tempo and whatnot. I think the tech units generally kind of stay the same, it seems like, as the early game is what gives a lot of momentum to allow them to get into those different tech units a bit differently.
Yeah. So Theory is going to be the first player moving on into the round of 4 here, where he'll be playing in best of 7s. I'm going to pull up our bracket here. I think it's this one here. So, as you guys can see, that was our first match. Theory does move on, winning 3-2 there versus DeWalt in a really cool back-and-forth fight. Coming up next, we're going to have Percival versus Vibe. Now, we're going to be running a short break here, guys. So, if you don't want ads, you are welcome to sub to the channel. It is appreciated. It's a great way to support us. Also, on this ad break, go to tastelessthreads.com. We have a kind of Battle Aces themed Tassel Tussle crab shirt on there.
Yeah, I love the little crabs that you've got set up here.
Isn't it great?
They look nice.
I'm going to throw that up when we have this short break here. So, yeah, check out the merch shop. There's a lot of cool stuff on there. It's kind of RTS, esports related designs, as well as some tasteless-related designs. And you can get that limited edition Tassel Tussle 2 shirt. We're going to go ahead and... do you know how to... Do we know the command for running a 5-minute ad?
I don't, but we can switch over to the...
Switch over to that thing. 1 second. Yeah, this one here. All right, guys, we'll be back in a little bit, and when we return, we're going to continue on with the Tassel Tussle 2. Welcome back, everybody. How we doing, guys?
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Hold on a second. I gotta pause this here. All right, guys, we're going to be going into our second match. Let me pull this up for us. So this is going to be Percival versus Vibe. If you're just now joining us, we had an amazing series versus DeWalt and Theory. It's honestly one of the funnest series I've casted. Each of the games was very different. One thing to note is we never really had a fourth base between those two.
Yeah, I think that's kind of an interesting thing in general with Battle Aces. I've noticed is that the games are quick. Like, it's got the 10-minute timer, and you think like, oh yeah, well surely the game's gonna last 10 minutes. Like, why wouldn't it? But then the pro gamers play, or you even play yourself, and like the games last like 5 minutes on average. I feel like they're very quick. I
also find it's almost impossible to get a fourth base when you get good enough. Like, if you have a fourth base and you can keep it at all, you're probably going to win. So, yeah, we're going to be going into this next match. Percival versus Vibe. Percival, one of the Korean players who's been extremely active. This is a guy who one of the last players to show up in GSL who was new.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Zhaon. And am I missing anybody here? I feel like maybe... That's it. For a good chunk of GSL, it was the usual suspects, right? It was the same people over and over, so it was kind of a rare thing to see any Korean bubble up to the top with all these great players already there, right?
Yeah.
Vibe, I think we all know who Vibe is, but Vibe was an incredibly strong StarCraft 2 player, especially in the early days, even beating players like Flash. Back in the day, kind of crazy victories. Now runs a stream. He's been doing a decent amount of Battle Aces as well as other games. I think this should be a pretty even match. Maybe Percival's slightly favored, but I don't know. I don't base that off of any kind of result between these two. That's just kind of what my gut's telling me. What about you?
Yeah, I haven't really seen much of Percival play. I just know that he's actually very high level. He's really high up there and has grinded quite a bit. So I'm just very curious to see what he actually is going to do, because he's obviously very good. He's played Stormgate and some of these other games as well, and he's just very good. He just has these, he tries to take the Terran micro approach to it as well, where he's very super try hard with the micro, just going back and forth with everything. So
Gunbot boy.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what he actually brings out here.
So as soon as the players are ready, we can hop into this game. It is a best of 5. We will be going to best of 7s in the round of 4 and a best of 9 when we get to the finals. Right now, only Theory up in the top 4 after a very close series versus DeWalt. Is Vibe ready to go?
Vibe's ready. I'm waiting for Percival.
Okay.
There he is.
Okay, yeah, he says he's ready. All right, so we're going to hop into this and see who's going to take it. Again, guys, thank you so much for joining us. As a reminder, which button is this? There we go.
Gonna have to change this really quick.
Yeah, no problem. As a reminder, guys, this will be uploaded to my YouTube, so be sure to check that out. You can find the link to that in the well, you can just scroll down on my Twitch page. If you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe. Let me know what you think of these games in the comments. This is going to be a fun one. So immediately, it's going to be Vibe pumping out some gun bots. It's recalls versus... recalls and recall hunters, actually, here. I'm used to seeing the recalls always on the top, and it threw me off.
Yeah, I don't know why he switched to them.
It is deck lineup.
It's an interesting one. I guess he's more comfortable spamming A than Q.
I might be wrong, but I think gunbots are actually quite strong versus recalls, by the way.
Oh, they're very good.
Because I've been running recalls a decent amount, and I've actually had a really hard time dealing with them.
Oh, this is kind of an interesting little thing he's got going here, though. He has sent just 3 recalls across to do a little counterattack while the gunbots are across the map here. So this is actually kind of interesting. It's going to make it a little awkward. You can just recall them back. Usually this is something that you can never have happen as the recall player. You generally never have the opportunity to get a counterattack going, but he's just sent 3 across. And he's actually trading well versus the gunbots at the front. For some reason, Percival is not really microing it super perfectly here. So this is looking pretty good for Vibe already from the start in a matchup that's really not supposed to favor him.
I'm also kind of stunned that he's taking a third base here as well. I felt like, at least, in my experience, you really have to respect the gunbots, but he's making it work. That was a pretty incredible run by where he killed off maybe 3 or 4 workers in the main and did not lose a single recall. He's going to have to try to tech into something though, long term, I don't think you can just sit on recalls and fight gunbots forever. I do think in that tug of war in the middle of the map, eventually the gunbots should come out on top. We're kind of seeing that illustrated over here now. The gunbots, I think, have maybe 1 extra range.
I'm not sure. I have no idea. But
yeah, no, they do. See how they can like just barely hit, and if you turn, the recalls can't quite fire. They seem to need to be like maybe 1 hex closer, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, you just have such speed with the gunbots that you can very easily dip in and out of that extra range or so. So it's much easier for them. As you can see, the recall is sometimes getting bunched up on top of each other as well. It's difficult to get all of them together, and once the gunbot army does get really just too big, it gets very awkward for the recall player. Both players teching into Starforge, by the way, which is going to be for some mammoths on the ground, and potentially also some falcons, actually, could be coming out for Percival, as we have a pretty big engagement, but the micro from Vibe is actually not too bad. He's able to get a decent trade versus the gunbots, but now here comes the extra reinforcements for both players. One of the big benefits of the recalls, of course, is that your reinforcements come very quickly, since you can just recall them forward, whereas you have to walk across the gunbots. So that's giving an extra defender's advantage for Vibe.
There is Falcon and Mammoth tech here for Percival. Vibe is going to have, I think they're called advanced recalls here, that will be handy in trying to fight this. But I don't know. I've seen a lot of games where people kind of push with Falcons. One thing about Falcons is if you start to lose the fight, it's hard to run away. Although I guess you can run away from recall hunters because they're so insanely slow. But he's got Mammoths up here. So Falcon's not even going to be a factor here. And it seems like he can kind of close in. We have Mammoths coming in here as well, but there's going to be a recall below this. I don't know if this is a good position or a bad one right now for Vibe.
I feel like this is kind of an awkward spot. There's a couple of recall hunters coming in as well to be able to deal with just that one Falcon, but I think it's actually not too good because they're not actually getting on top of the Falcons, so the Falcons are able to do pretty decent damage. The Mammoths from Vibe are able to blast through the Mammoths of Percival and will be able to kill off the army over here, but the Falcons, again, still are alive. They're going to have to get used to go against some of these workers, but I actually don't really like that he split them up. I actually think that Falcons are terrible alone. I don't know why you would actually want to split them up in these scenarios. Unfortunately, now also the extra tech I didn't realize from Vibe is coming out with the Locusts, so those are going to be very good against the Falcons. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Where do these things come from? What the hell? Okay, well, this is looking not great for Percival.
Yeah, well, it's like everything's falling apart here for Percival. The Locusts are extremely fast, do a lot of damage very quickly. They still do have to respect a high number of recall hunters, but we're at like an almost comical amount of Locusts here. And, you know, when you get flying units that are this fast, you can kind of pick and choose your fights, right? I mean, these are in some ways like high damage wasps in the air. And so you can really punish these gunbots.
Dude, they do extra damage versus everything he has except for the Blink Hunters. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really hard. They're also so fast, so it's really, even with the mobility of the Blink Hunters, it's so difficult to actually catch them. They can just get around absolutely everywhere. He's got another group working on the top side. Look how fast they melt the workers as well. Just in 2 seconds, everything's gone. And then we have over in the bottom side more coming in as well. This is looking terrible for Percival.
Yeah. No 4th base here for Vibe. Percival had a 4th base that was eliminated. No, never mind. Excuse me. He is going to get that 4th base here. He just now takes that, so he'll have some workers there. So this is going to put some pressure right now onto Percival. He has to come out and do something on the map. Remember that a lot of workers have been killed. This kind of mainline push is going to come out. And, I mean, he's pretty teched out. We've got destroyers in here. What are these gecko guys called again? Why am I...
oh, the recall hunters. Or the recall shockers. Shockers.
Recall shockers, thank you, yeah.
The gecko guys.
Gecko boys, man.
Oh, the flank coming in from the Locust from both sides. Holy, everything getting jumped on here for Percival. I mean, everything is getting killed off. The recall shocker also getting killed off very quickly. So the only attempt at splash from Percival getting nuked, and everything now is looking pretty good for Vibe yet again as his 4th base is about to start getting saturated with those workers spawning. And he can always just send these Locusts somewhere else to be able to do harassment damage, and you need to respect that as Percival.
Okay, he's coming in now, and I mean, he's just wiping out so many of the workers, barely taking any damage, and he can just, oh my god, glide right through the natural, killing everything.
He's even jumping on top of some of the Blink Hunters as they get segmented here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is looking very good. He's going to be able to regroup with absolutely everything. He'd even just recall the recalls home if he wants to. He doesn't actually need to commit to this.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he does. And really what this does, besides killing workers, is it keeps the 4th base safe and the 3rd base safe. So the workers are going to be filling in up over here. This is going to allow Vibe to have more resources he can gobble up and crank out, you know, more locusts or whatever other units he needs. In this moment of, you know, a little bit less harass, it seems like Percival decides to try to poke in and see what's there. And it's going to be Vibe immediately collapsing on top of this and trying to just close in and hit this.
Oh, he's even going to get the workers on the back end, too, of this 3rd base. The mammoths are just... Oh my god, there's so many of them. This is impossible for Percival to get a decent fight off. He's going to try to target down some of these mammoths in the front here, but everything else at the top is just killing off this base. Locust's also dealing damage on the back end yet again, and the army of Percival is just thinning out so quickly. This is looking really bad. Vibe's got this for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this game, it was like watching Vibe pull the legs off of a bug one by one. You know, every time Percival tried to do anything, Vibe was able to counter it. There was maybe the best moment in that game was where the fight at the 3rd happened. Because there was a really weird position where I even said, I'm like, is this even good for Vibe? He, like, recalled underneath his 3rd base, and then the mammoths were up at the top. But he did manage to hold it off, and I had no idea he had banked up that much for Locust. I think you and I were both a little caught off guard.
I didn't even realize he made the switch.
Yeah, I had not actually followed that. I was too busy watching the fight of the 3rd, but, you know, when you get those Locusts out, it just seems like they can punish you so much.
Yeah. I mean, you really have to have something that could actually deal with them. There are a couple things, like Valkyries, especially in the air, are very good against them. They just kind of melt them. I think the deck composition for Percival maybe just wasn't able to deal with them, or I think he also was maybe just not expecting them to be out so quickly. Maybe he was a little bit focused elsewhere, as we were. So, yeah, I'm curious to see if we're going to have any adjustment here from Percival coming into the next game with his deck, or what's going to happen.
Kind of insane to see that the recalls were able to hold their own versus the gunbots that well.
Yeah, I was actually super surprised. The little 3 recall counterattack did so much, and then somehow then I look back over and there's like no gunbots left on the front. I was like so confused.
Yeah, with the stim on the gunbots, or overclock I think is what it's called, like you could kind of stay in this area where the recalls can't really hit you, but you're going to chip away at them. And that can snowball in a game. So we're going to go to game 2 now. Percival over here in the bottom left versus Vibe in the top right. Percival down 0-1. And this time it's going to be Percival with Wasp Hornet versus Wasp Recall. Now, I've seen a lot of Wasp Hornet. I don't know if I've seen Wasp Recall. I feel like I hope I can learn a lot from this composition, because I have a hard time wrapping my head around how these 2 units work together.
I think it's a full flex. It's like a flex moment where you want to bait the other opponent into not expanding because you have both wasps, so you could go for 1 base wasp, but then you're just making recalls on the back, so then the other player commits to the wasps, and then you just have recalls, which can
you're so smart. Yeah,
deal with them.
Okay, I see. Yeah, because there is this ambiguity about what you're going to make at the start.
It's the same as like the Starforge flex, where you go Mammoth air unit. It's the same idea, I think. And then you can also even reinforce with the wasp anyway to help the recalls from getting jumped on.
Yeah, that's true.
We're going to have the flank. Ooh, okay.
Okay, now the Hornets can reinforce very nicely. You know, you just have a couple Hornets in the back like this, and the damage really does spike up. Really good micro so far here from Percival. A recall comes in. It does seem like Percival's going to thin that army out, actually keeping a decent number of the recalls alive still.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious now how this is working, because with the Hornets added in, it does actually do pretty decent against the recall army as well. And there's just not that many wasps. I wonder if this is actually just is this actually not even good at all?
Well,
I feel like
recalls deal a decent amount of damage. I guess even just throwing a couple wasps in the front line, there are some pushes. I mean, it's kind of like when you see roach pushes and they just have lings to kind of reinforce.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's really the roaches, you know, maybe 7 or 8 are in the back doing the damage, but it's the lings that are actually tanking.
This is very micro-intensive, honestly. It's very key that Vibe actually keeps these recalls alive. And I think Percival wants to be trying to target down the recalls. Yeah, he's doing it right now. He's trying to target the recalls with they're called hunters, right? Yeah, or hornets. They're use the Hornets to snipe down some of the recalls here and there. I mean, this is a super back-and-forth fight. Like, nobody is really getting any huge edge in any of these engagements. It's just a constant knife fight between these two of constant reinforcing armies.
Seems like in this back and forth, Percival's starting to take the lead. The recalls are going to come in here. How many is it? About 5. Remember that, you know, when you have a push with the recalls and the wasps, it seems like if you mess up once, that's a full reset, right? If you have to send the recalls back. And now it seems like Percival is just starting to overwhelm this position.
Yeah,
you know,
this is looking a little bit better for him. I think the Hornets, just because you can't actually get on top of them as the recall player, I think are just better in the engagements. As you can see, it's really starting to snowball right now. This is looking quite bad for Vibe. I think this is pretty much over for him.
Yeah, there's not going to be tier 2 tech for any of these players right now. And you can see the recall numbers are so small. The Hornets and the Wasps are just always going to beat the Wasps, right?
Yeah.
And then the recalls back here can't really do that much. And I think you made a really good point, Gemini. Like, you can't really get close to the Hornets with the recalls.
Yeah.
So, I mean, definitely a better composition here. Boom.
Boom.
Vibe goes down. Percival winning game number 2 here. Tied up 1-1.
Yeah, I think it was an interesting idea to have the recall wasp. I like the idea of baiting out like with having a flex pick there, being able to have the early game get a little bit awkward. However, yeah, the Hornets just, they're so fast, they deal damage so quickly, and the recalls are just like pew, pew.
Right.
But then the Hornets are just constantly shooting, and you can't get on top of them because they can easily just run away. But the Hornets can also shoot down the recalls from the safe back end from the wasps in front.
Yeah. I think the only way that you can win that is if you just keep pushing and you have like 7 or 8 recalls and you can keep them alive and just keep the wasps kind of reinforcing. But eventually there were enough Hornets there. And by the way, in that back and forth, I think there's literally not enough oxygen for either player to tech out of that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no one was able to do anything. You're just full on the core units. It's just like leaving any production to a tech building would have just instantly swung the game out of their favor.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to be hopping into game 3 now. Right now, players tied up 1-1 here in the Tassel Tussle 2. Should we call it Tassel Tussle 2?
What?
Just the French number for 2?
Why?
So that when we have the 3rd Tassel Tussle, we can call it Tassel Tussle 2. That would be kind of fun.
That would be interesting. Do we really want to do that, though? I don't know. That could feel like that.
Going for crabs.
Oh, the crab,
I didn't think we were going to see any crabs today.
I love crabs.
I actually don't think crabs are that bad, by the way.
Yeah, I honestly don't.
There's like a kind of weird dismissiveness, I think, because it's the first unit you get. They're like StarCraft 1 Zealots.
It's you know, Boanon, who I was gonna invite into the tournament, but he's EU, so it's too early for him. He was gonna, I mean, he goes for the starter deck. Like, he plays just the basic default deck.
Interesting.
And it has, obviously, it has crabs, and he's really highly rated with it. So I think they are fine overall, actually. And I think if you know what you're doing with them and just kind of split them up well and just kind of take control of the map a little bit, they're very fast. I think they're actually not that bad. They're kind of beefy. I haven't played with them much this beta phase, but the last beta phase I did use a lot of them. And I think they're actually kind of okay. Look, you can get these little surrounds up. Let's see how this one goes. He's getting a nice big surround. And if you kind of just leave a couple crabs by themselves, they deal with the wasps very well. The recalls, though, are quite good if you're microing against them, are good at targeting them down. But, I mean, as you can see, this is going totally fine for Percival, I think, so far.
Yeah, you really have to be good at microing away the weaker crabs, and you can win a lot of fights. But it does seem like he has had maybe 3 or 4 moments where there's a weak crab on the outside, and he can't quite get it away. Good dive here by Vibe, and it's the same idea with the push. It's just sort of this is like a Ling Roach push.
Yeah. I think it's starting to get a little bit overwhelmed now, actually. Now that the big wasp reinforcements are coming in here for Vibe, it's like the same exact idea on the opposite, where the recalls were having the nice bonus damage with the wasps on the front, with Percival then unable to actually get on top of the recalls, whereas before it was the Hornets of Percival doing the same job. So he's trying to get some Blink Hunters in to try and get on top of the recalls and just have some range damage on the back, but it's really hard to know who's actually winning these fights. It's also unfortunate that both these players are green, so it's kind of hard to actually see what the units are.
We might need to restart the UI after this. I think this is
well,
a
no,
bug.
they can pick their own colors now. So
they need to not do that.
Yeah.
All right? I was having the same issue. I'm like, this. I don't know. Why am I having a hard time following this?
Yeah.
Okay. So the push is going to come in. I mean, are we going to actually see Percival survive this? It seems like he's actually going to go for a dive on the third base and basically recall back home and then run the Wasps at home as well. So there you go. And will there be counterplay here? I mean, whenever you dive on something, you're at a high risk of just losing in the counterattack because you sacrifice so many units just to target their thing down. But maybe the math gets a little bit fuzzier here when you have recalls that can reinforce like this.
Yeah, the recalls are pretty good to be able to do the defensive at the forward base, and it looks like we're able to push this away for now. The Wasp's getting a little bit thinned out, though. The blink forward was, I'm not sure what that was, but I think this is getting a little bit difficult for Percival. I mean, his army just isn't robust enough, it seems. Like, the Wasps don't die quick enough, and the recalls don't die at all. So I feel like over time, we're just going to get slowly overwhelmed, and it looks like we're starting to get that here as the third base attempt yet again is looking like it's going to get denied as the recalls just will not get killed.
Yeah, good surround here. The crabs, I mean, they're almost all gone. We've got a couple more that are going to come up here in the front. The problem is that these crabs are never going to be able to deny this engage on the third base, and so it's going to be, by the way, fourth base over here at the bottom right here for Vibe, looking very strong.
Okay, well, this is actually now quite interesting from Percival getting some of the Dragonflies out, and there's no dedicated anti-air for Vibe. He's going to have to use Dragonflies of his own as the anti-air. So this is going to get a little bit awkward now. I'm curious if this is going to be enough space for Percival to actually find a way back into this game. The 4-base setup, though, is going to make it very difficult for him. We're going to have a recall attempt. Oh, we're actually just fast-teching straight into Locust is the play. Okay, so he's going to try to just delay as long as possible as Vibe to get enough Locusts out.
Yeah, look at his
stay alive.
He's loaded.
Yeah.
He's at almost 2K, 2.7K.
He hasn't made anything since these recalls. That's the last thing he made. He's just hoping and praying that he can keep his opponent on the other side of the map, which it looks like he's doing a quite decent job at. He's not going to kill this, is he? Okay. I was going to say that would have been insane if he actually got that. But trading out everything has seemingly bought him enough time. The Locusts are going to be coming out, and the Dragonflies will get taken care of. The question then also is, well, I mean, I guess he doesn't have to make only Locusts, but he is going to anyways. Wow.
Oh, my God.
What the hell?
It's literally the Locust from the Bible. What is happening here?
Holy moly. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, 4-base setup, you get so much income. And, oh my God, they're deleting it! It's gone. The Valkyries are out for Percival, but oh my God, they also get deleted because there's just not enough of them. The Locust wave is massive.
Taking his whole base and putting it through a hydraulic press. Oh.
Holy moly.
The filth.
That was awesome.
That was insane. All right, yeah, all right, he's already doing it. I'm asking him to tell one of the players to not be the same color as the other.
Yes.
Unbelievable. I mean, it kind of makes sense. You know, he puts the pressure on. He denies his third, not once, but twice.
Yeah.
And from there, he can actually tech out of it. He can just wait. You can literally give up bases while you tech into those Locusts.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just do this resource dump right into the Locust and just crush.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just worked very well. It was the same idea as the other game, but it was just on Vibe's end where, unfortunately, the Crab matchup just didn't really work out for him in that scenario. All the Crab haters are loving life right now, so we're looking like the fools trying to hype up the Crabs.
Their arms folded on their heads.
Yeah.
I'm so much smarter than these guys. Okay, dude.
I think in certain scenarios, Crabs can still be not bad.
I think they're not that bad. I've had some fun with the Crabs, although I will tell you I actually prefer the Scorpions a little bit more.
Yeah, I think the real counter argument to the Crabs is just that the Scorpions are what Crabs are, but just better in every way, I think, is the idea.
Yeah.
They're less expensive. They're not as fast, so that's one thing.
Right.
But they do a little bit more damage, and they are tankier.
Right.
Which doesn't make sense because they're smaller. I feel like that's a little bit weird that the Scorpions are tankier now.
Yeah, I actually didn't realize they were a little bit tankier now. That's
are.
kind of wild. All right. We're just having Vibe's trying to figure out how to change his color. Scorpions have the Zodiac bonus this time. Very well done, chat.
All right. Nice.
Okay, we're in our game. I got it. Boop.
Boop, boop,
Boop, boop.
bop.
All right, we're in this, guys, and it is green versus red. So Vibe in the top right again. Percival in the bottom left. Oh, he's got a new skin for his main base.
Yeah, I like this one, actually. I use this one, too.
That's kind of a mud skin because he's a dirty player. He does dirty recall wasp pushes. But he won't be doing that this game. He's got, this really bothers me that his recall hunter slot is at the top.
This is like League of Legends players that switched their flash off of F and it's like switched back and forth.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm actually that person as well, though.
Really?
I don't know why.
You're part of the problem.
Yeah, for some reason I did that at one point and I just never got off it. I don't know. But yeah, it is really weird to look at. So, I mean, it's going to just be recalls. It's nothing weird here.
Blinks are better here, right? It does feel like that when I play with recalls.
I think it's not bad. I'm actually, I pretty much only go recall right now, and I feel pretty fine versus blinks. But again, I'm not playing the best players that actually have the best micro. But the thing is that the blinks can't really get that much damage because, yeah, they can get like one little shot off. Oh, that's an interesting one. They can get like one little shot off. But then once the recalls get close, you have to blink away. You can't actually take a straight-up fight with the blinks versus recalls.
Yeah, recalls are quite strong.
Yeah.
I know that, for a lot of people, this game is new. That's true for us as well. But, anytime you have a new RTS come out, you have to develop a relationship with each of the units to kind of understand what they can and can't do. You should know that recalls are actually pretty scary to fight head-to-head.
Yeah. They just deal a lot of damage. They're very slow. They can recall to all their different bases. But their strong point is that they are relatively tanky, and they actually, I think they deal the most damage out of any core unit.
I believe that's correct.
So yeah, they're pretty good if you're actually just fighting them straight up.
Oh my god, he's just going to go for this dive. Dude, Vibe is so good.
Wow. That's actually crazy.
That's insane.
And he just recalls back home.
Adios.
He's completely abusing the fact that Percival's trying to be all cute with these blink arounds, trying to get inside of the worker lines, and he's just like, screw you, I'm just walking across the map and sniping your third base. The stingers are out, though, so that's still going to mean that he's actually going to lose his own third base on the other side.
Well, he's going to ditch it. He's going to do another counterattack. He knows that he's just lost his third. God, look how slow recalls are compared to like the blinks. Like they're still traveling. A couple more recalls have been made. I'm worried that there's. Oh my God! Oh,
this is not good.
No!
Yeah, this is a bit of a miscalculation from Vibe, I think. I think he really thought that the recalls of his own were going to counterattack much faster. He's going to just target the base, and to be fair, they do kill that quite quickly. The blinks, on the other hand, will not kill these bases quickly whatsoever. Oh, it's a Falcon switch as well. I didn't realize he had both Stingers and Falcons. That makes this really weird for Vibe to defend. There's even a Falcon across the map. A Recall Hunter is going to be needed to be able to defend against that. All of the workers should be able to get killed off. That was kind of funny. We recalled and blinked at the same time. It looked like they just swapped places. I mean, every single worker is going to die here. And this is going to be very difficult for Vibe to actually get enough units to defend against this. I think he just loses.
Yeah, that's going to be it. I got to say, idea-wise, very cool. Love to see it. Unfortunately, not. Doesn't work out. Looks better on paper. It's wild how long the recall counterattack took there. The second one, I mean. The first one I thought was a real stroke of genius.
Yeah.
I learned a lot from that last game.
I think it was just too greedy to try to go for the second counterattack.
Yeah.
I think, I'm not even sure, because I think if you leave them home, I don't think you necessarily kill, or I don't think you necessarily save the third base, but I think you just don't die immediately is the thing. And at least you're maybe in an even game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly.
I feel like all he had to do was, he did that counterattack, got the third, recall, and then just play a boring game.
Yeah, yeah.
You're going to be probably long-term ahead in the next, minute and a half, so just kind of take your advantage. There is a concept that we have that's called, a win more move. And it's like, someone might say, well, why not take, 3 bases here or 2 bases? And it's like, because you just need 1 more. That's a win more move.
Yeah.
You just need enough to beat the player and knock them out of the game. You don't need to have an overwhelming win. You just have to have enough. And it seems like that recall counterattack was like a win more move where it's like, no, you actually had the advantage.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, maybe the counterattack would have looked different, but...
Yeah, I think you 100% lose the third base on the counterattack as Vibe, but I think you just wouldn't die to the full-on counterattack. Yeah, I mean, counterattacking with recalls is just so slow. You can see Vibe kind of knows a couple of the timings in there, like where he did the one that game at the third base, and then also that first game where he got the 3 into the main mineral line as well, but... I think that one was just a little bit over-ambitious, but...
This is the way to do it with blinks, by the way, I think. I think you want to target down a specific recall and blink away your injured ones.
Yep.
Oh, blink away!
You have to be very careful, because you lose a lot of HP when you go for that play, though. If you're, as the recall player, just focusing the right blinks, and they're not blinking the right one back, then you can very quickly lose a bit here. And the damage doesn't regen, right? I don't think it does, or it does very, very slowly.
You regen slowly.
Yeah, okay. I'm staring at this one weakened one, and I think it is definitely getting higher. But it takes a long time, so you can easily get jumped on still and lose it by accident later. Oh,
Ooh.
Wow. Was not expecting that blink, but I think it's not a bad one, actually, because the recall wasn't available with the base not up yet.
Yeah.
But it's
kind of a trade.
It's so knife's edge, because sure, the first blink, or first like burst of damage might be pretty decent, but the sustain is not there for the blink player. The recalls will win out eventually with their higher damage.
Okay, stingers are here now. Now there's mortars coming up. Ooh.
Oh, that was sick. He sniped the stinger first off. That was excellent target fire from Vibe.
Okay, so he's going to try to stay out of range of the mortar. It's very tempting to move into the natural expansion here.
Looks like he's going to go for it. One more mortar. Trying to get over here. The recall will be able to keep it alive for now. He's moving it way too far forward. He completely forgot about it. Unfortunately, he's actually doing something on the left-hand side, trying to kill that Falcon with some recall hunters. Unfortunately, losing this this mortar at the front will be able to kill off that stinger is very nice. Good damage. A couple of recall hunters will be able to kill off this Falcon as well, assuming it doesn't get juked. Oh, nice. Just barely gets it.
There's still mortars back at the third, right? Yeah, right over here. But he can kill them with the Falcons if he just gets over there.
Yeah, the recall hunter's trying to get thrown back over. We're just going to recall absolutely everything to help defend against this, because we need to keep this third base alive as Vibe if he wants to have any sort of win in this game. The Falcons are very low HP as well. I'm kind of curious about this use of the Falcons, because generally Falcons are supposed to be a mass unit. Like they're usually not very good just in a couple. They're very much like carriers, where you just need a huge amount of them to be able to actually do a lot of damage.
They're not like butterflies where you can like send one or two over to like a worker patch and just kill everything. But as I say that, I guess it's kind of working. The issue is that they're so slow that if you have anything that's fast at all, you can catch it. But I guess the truth is that recall hunters are so painfully slow. Yeah. It's funny. I knew they were slow, but when you watch them as they move with the Falcon, it's like, oh, they're literally like the same speed as the Falcon. Yeah,
I think this type of play doesn't work as good against someone going Blink Hunters. Like, if you only have a couple Falcons trying to harass mineral lines versus Blink Hunters, you are absolutely screwed. Like, you just will get blinked on so easily. But the Recall Hunters, like you said, give a little bit of leeway to be able to do that.
Okay, he's going to try to attack in again. Pretty good defense. The Falcons are here. Now, you can micro these Falcons where you try to pull the weaker ones away here. But it doesn't seem like he had the focus to do that over there. But the Falcons can come up here and take out the mortars. I mean, when the mortars are down, there's a lot more that you can do.
We actually lost all the recall hunters at the top, so the Falcons actually won out with this trade. The Falcons at the front also making it very difficult for Vibe. I think the problem with this is, again, without Blink Hunters, it's hard to actually get on top of the Falcons, so they actually still trade. Despite only being a few in number, it's still able to get just a little bit of damage here and there that thins out the line for the Blinks and other units to still get down, get through the fight.
Looks like he wants to loop around for another counterattack here. Intense game, by the way. About halfway through on time, 5 minutes, 15 seconds. But it's a game where really Percival hasn't been scratched yet. It's been him, throwing blows at Vibe this whole time. And Vibe honestly doing a pretty phenomenal job of holding it. He's going to recall back here. That'll make the Blinks go back. But he says, wait a minute, that's not that much. I think that basically Vibe kind of tried to fake him out and scare him away, and it was a really smart move here because Percival just said, no, wait a minute, let me see what you actually have before I retreat. And now we're in a crazy base trade scenario. The third base is losing all the workers. The second base is going to fall for Vibe. Meanwhile, Vibe has this kind of gargantuan push coming out here. He sends some of that back, though. There is a fourth base. I guess now it's a third base here for Percival at the very top left, by the way.
Yeah, that's not quite mining just yet. What? Oh, we're defending the over here. Okay, I was like, where are we going? So yeah, we're going to be able to defend both bases, actually, as Vibe. Unfortunately, the mortars were left at the front, though, so those are going to be killed off by the blinks, but they will actually still trade a couple of shots, as they are quite decent against those blinks. But now it's going to get really difficult to be able to defend these different bases, and already the left side getting killed, the right side getting killed off, the left side just barely saved by that recall. But there's still so many Falcons. We're going to just get a blink forward to try to snipe it, but we don't get the kill. That was a bit of an overstep by Percival.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. You know, this push from Vibe is very scary. There's no immediate obvious target to hit because the third is gone, while that top base in the upper left is quietly mining away. Remember that you know when your opponent expands. It's not like you have to scout it, so this isn't a hidden base by any means.
This army is very big from Vibe. I really think that blink forward at the third to try and snipe it was a terrible misplay from Percival that's allowed Vibe to have this opportunity in the first place. There's a couple Falcons getting thrown away. Oh, I love this blink, though, catching the recall hunters on the middle of the retreat here.
All the mortars. If he can kill the mortars, then there's no push. Oh, no.
Oh, my
No, send
God.
something over there. Are you insane?
That's ridiculous. The Falcons also going for the counterattack, killing the middle base and all the workers in the main base. And now everything is hinging on this forward attack from Vibe, but it's getting surrounded. The mortar also had gotten killed off, and this looks like the end for Vibe as Percival just barely is able to outlast and will win it all.
What a game. I got to say, that was just such a treat to see. Very different from the previous one we had.
Whoop.
Oh, did our stream drop here? Guys, are we still connected? We got dropped inside of Battle Aces. Okay, we're connected.
We're good.
Yeah, sorry about my camera, guys. We've been having some problems with it. Yeah, Percival moves on.
Nice.
Another great series. Another 3-2.
Yeah.
Oh, Parting says they only have the U.S. server now.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I think Percival winning is pretty interesting. I think that was, again, a really great series. I think that showed a totally different view of what Battle Aces is. That was like a lot of really kind of core versus core unit interactions, whereas the other games did kind of get a little bit more into the tech phases as well. I mean, this last game was obviously very intricate with the different techs as well. The Falcon Recall Hunter, Mortar, Stinger kind of micro battles to try and get little edges here and there was very interesting. But I think the early games was very cool as well, just to see how the Recall Wasp composition worked, how the blinks were able to outmaneuver different things.
These are some comps I've never even thought of.
Yeah.
Like Recall Wasp, that would never even cross my mind to do. Guys, we're going to go to a short break here. We will probably be back in like maybe 5 to 7 minutes, something like that. We're going to run an ad so you guys don't get interrupted with ads. Consider supporting the stream, subbing. Also, consider going to the merch shop, Tasteless Threads. See this APM shirt? Kind of looks like a band shirt. It's got damaged wrists on it from lots of high APM. You can get that there. You can get a lot of other cool stuff there. We also have a little Tassel Tussle 2 tournament shirt you can buy if you want to support us there as well. We will be right back. Wait. Are you ready? Well, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. How we doing?
I'm doing good, thank you.
I'm doing good, too. Thank you very much. This is nice. We're halfway through the round of 8. Really good series so far. Who's raiding me?
Mr. Vibe himself.
Mr. Vibe, Dr. Vibe. How you doing, Vibe? We really enjoyed your games. Thank you for the raid. Great series you played there versus Percival.
Yeah, I quite liked it. It was very interesting. The whole idea of the Wasps recall was kind of interesting. I was curious to see how that worked out, but yeah, thanks for playing.
Yeah, excellent series. I learned a lot just watching you play. We're going to go to the next part of the bracket. I'll pull that up. Can you sorry, do you want me to get it, actually? Yep. My OBS, it's like
you guys need to
so
see
much
this,
stuff.
Man. It's just
it's
like a bomb went off inside his computer.
I just have so many different scenes set up here. On the right side of the bracket, on the white side of the bracket, I've got Elmer Fudd voice suddenly. Albino versus Trigger, and then Sturgeon versus Parting. Curious to see how Sturgeon's going to fare against Parting.
I can't wait for that.
I do feel like Sturgeon can take Parting, but Parting is still looking like basically the scariest player that plays this game. But Albino versus Trigger, this should be a good one. Albino and Trigger have also been extremely active in Stormgate. Obviously, great StarCraft 2 players as well. You know, having these guys as, you know, friends on my Steam account because we did the last Tassel Tussle.
Yeah.
They're just always on playing these two games. they're constantly active, very strong players. I don't know if there's a favorite here. And yes, chat, that is the DeWalt. Or was the DeWalt. Before he got slayed.
He got dumped. No, it was a close series.
It was a great series.
It was very nice, yeah.
Can you just make sure that they're not the same color?
Oh, sure.
It's crazy when you do these tournaments, you got to make sure pros like actually don't do stuff that ruins the viewer experience. I've casted StarCraft 1 matches where it's like, I'll be brown. And the other guy's like, I'll be dark brown. And I'm like, guys, can you just for a second pick a color that makes sense?
All right, we're just making sure that they are set up to different colors.
Okay, Albino is now green.
Beautiful. The
Trigger, now go be red.
He's blue. He's good.
He's blue? Okay.
We are all setty spaghetti.
Can I just say red would be better, but I'll let it happen.
I like blue. Blue's a good color.
You don't want green and blue. They don't contrast enough. You want green and red.
I think they look different. I think any color that just doesn't look the same is fine. That's my personal opinion.
I just saw the portrait box. It made me think of Artosis. Did you see the one? This is Artosis just in a couple years from now.
He's just sitting there. He's got nothing left in his brain. He needs a Tangia AI bot to talk for him. Oh my god. So good.
Yeah, that's just a few more years of TTS on Artosis' stream. There it is in the top. Oh, wait, we're not on screen.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, my God. We made this great joke. No!
This portrait. It starts Artosis.
You got to update the graphic at the top.
Sorry. We'll get there.
All right, guys. Sorry about that.
We'll change the graphic.
We had a good joke. We missed all of it. Worst.
Also, someone didn't actually change their color. They lied.
Okay, well, it's green-red. That works.
No, it's green-green.
Oh, no, it is green-green. But that's not on our end, right? That's not a bug?
Yeah. Someone said they had a different color, but they didn't. That's okay. All right. Let's get this set up.
All right, so we've got a little bit of a back and forth here. The Wasps can't dive on the gunbots because the gunbots can kite away with the speed boost here.
Thank God they're not moving from this spot.
I know. We're literally, he's like updating the scene right now. This is a one-base crab bust here. Oh, go fast. Go fast. The crab, there's push is coming.
I'm trying to multitask so hard right now.
And I'm basically just sitting in a chair next to you. I can't do anything but criticize you and your every move. There is a counterattack at the top right, too. All right, here we go.
I got it.
We got it. The graphics updated.
I did it. We didn't miss anything. All right, here's the jump. The king crab's destroying everything. Oh, my God, it's over.
It is over.
Wow. Well, just kidding. We have the shockers and the destroyers coming
Destroyers wreck the king crabs.
Oh. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous how much the destroyers just do not care about king crabs. It's ridiculous. All right, well, that's a swing for Albino. Obviously, he does lose his base for it, but we're going to have the expansion coming up here for Trigger, so it's going to be on Albino to find some counter damage, or he's going to have to expand himself, but it looks like he's maybe going all in. He's not got any... I guess he's maybe saving up the resources to be able to potentially expand himself as well.
Okay.
And he will.
He's going to at least try to hit the expansion. The destroyers are a little bit slower, so he has to get them up here. The destroyers are in the back over here, are doing so much work.
Wow.
That's going to be it. G to the G.
Oh, yeah. All right. Hold up. Let me get this cooked.
Yeah, let's have them both not be green here. Just tell the one player to just say you're green and the other guy's red. Appreciate the subs, guys. Thank you, Gauntlet. Everybody who's rated and subbed, thank you so much. Sorry we didn't have the the player names updated.
Sorry we didn't show you the first 20 seconds of the game.
We had like a really funny joke. All right, well we got Albino's picture. We could show him in the next game here.
Yeah. Okay. His says it's equipped, but okay, maybe our thing is bugged. We'll see. Oops, not Theory. Sorry. Get out of here, Theory. I don't want you. Okay.
Okay, we're good to go. And we're going into it right now, guys. All right, let's do this. Game 2, and we're going to have the graphics updated. A boop.
There's Artosis.
There's Artosis on the left. TTS did this to me.
Wait,
Did you know I make slightly more than normal streamers and only lost 10 years of my life?
You merely adopted the
Yeah.
Dengia. I was born in it, raised. It's not been a single day gone by since I've heard about Mario's penis.
All right, so we've got some Wasp pressure coming in now. It's going to be Blink Hunter versus Wasp Hornet. Wasp Hornet probably the most common composition here, although I don't know how good Wasp Hornet is necessarily against Blink.
Yeah, I think the Blinks have a pretty decent opportunity to just kind of blink away or even chase like that.
And they're a little bit more robust. Like, they can take a little bit more damage than, like, as an example, a Wasp can.
I think they'll be pretty much fine overall, I think, in this type of a situation. I don't expect Trigger to just kind of get bullied out in the early game like we saw maybe with Percival versus Vibe with the whole Wasp Hornet versus the Recall Wasp thing. So, yeah, I think it'll be pretty fine for Trigger.
I think the score is wrong here.
Did Trigger lose?
Whoever was in the top right lost.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
We'll get that changed in a second, guys. Sorry.
Multitasking.
So for now, the third base, it's kind of exposed, but it doesn't have workers at it, so it's not like you can really punish it. But it's going to have workers in a second. When you have this kind of Wasp pressure, it's really important, especially for a player with Blink, to stay back, stay safe, to keep these two groups of Blinks in range of each other so that they can kind of blink together if they need to.
Yes. Yeah, you want to be able to cover the different areas. If you just get surrounded at one end and then you can't reinforce with the other, then it gets really bad. I like that Albino's kind of sniffed out where these Blinks are and is now pivoted towards the third base. We'll kind of force the Blinks to go forward, and then the other ones will kind of get surrounded as well, trying to get both these mineral lines killed off. But pretty decent response from Trigger, but does lose quite a bit of the workers at the third base. Fourth base also getting set up pretty quickly for Albino, and he also has his tech out faster. So he's going to have the ability to go into the Stingers, and it's going to be on Trigger to defend, but it looks like he will have his Mammoths out in time. So should be able to defend against this, I would imagine, assuming he doesn't get caught out.
Yeah, the push is going to come in. The Stingers are doing a lot of damage in the back while the Wasps are still in the front. The Mammoths are going to come down here. About 6 of them in total, maybe 7. And that's going to be too much. That was a pretty egregious overextension here from Albino, and I think this counterpunch could maybe even end the game. 4 base versus 3, the Trigger just leaning on the 3 bases that he has, not even bothering to try to even out his expansions, instead trying to crush him with this next counterattack.
Yeah, this is looking really good. This is similar to the other series that we saw where DeWalt kept trying to go for the Wasp Stinger and just kind of beating his head against the Blink Mammoth player. Sure, you get your expansion up a little bit later. Yeah, you have to be a little bit defensive at first. You might think you have the tempo advantage in the beginning, but once the Mammoths come out, it really just feels like the Stingers don't actually trade well enough versus them. And you just cannot bust through this massive army.
And you have this opportunity to have the Blinks in the front to tank, and then right as they start to take damage, you blink behind the Mammoths, and the Mammoths are tanking, and it's a lot of sustain. You're going to see it used here in a second. Watch.
You tank my damage, I tank yours.
Yeah. No, I guess maybe not even that because he's winning so hard. He's going to blink to the other side. And that's going to be game. GG. Game 2 going to trigger there. Yeah. Nice. I mean, pretty straightforward. Let's update the score now here.
I'll have to go on the other scene for it. Okie dokie, here we go. Whee!
Woo! So, impressive stuff.
Indeed. I would be surprised if Albino goes for the same thing, I'll be honest. I think he has to switch it up a little bit. I don't think Wasp Stinger does well against Blink Mammoth. It just doesn't seem to trade well. And you can't even... Assuming the player is knowing what they're doing on their defensive ends, I think it's just too difficult to split them up as well. You can't really get enough counter damage to actually keep them back from just going across the map with the Blink Mammoth.
Yeah, the Mammoth does seem to be in some of these matchups one where, like, when it's out, it has to be respected. And if you don't, you're going to lose. Although I don't really know why Albino pushed so hard into the third base when he did.
Yeah. I guess I am still curious how it works if the Wasp...
one base Wasp rush.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm kind of curious how it works if the Wasp Stinger player doesn't just all in on the third, and they just instead try to play it out longer.
Well, he did a couple counterattacks and then tried to ram into the third, and it just backfired. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, instead of just ramming it in, if he just keeps it going longer, just see what happens, because we haven't had that yet.
I'm really interested in the fact that he's going to do this. You know, when I occasionally I'll lose to, like, mass wasps like this, and I'm always thinking, like, okay, well, I must be doing something wrong. But then when you get a tournament with players this good, it's like, all right, well, let's try to learn and see. You know, is this as good as it looks?
We're getting a couple surrounds onto the Blinks, and it looks like we'll be able to kill a few of them as Albino. Unfortunately, a few of them getting stuck out a little bit too far. The forward Blink will come out again here. I'm actually kind of curious because it looks like we have a couple of Recall Hunters, which...
Does he get the Recall Hunters?
Or sorry, Blink Hunters.
That's what I meant too.
Yeah, I'm
so
curious
Blink
what
Hunters,
the reason is.
Do they, how much do they cost again? Can you hold the mouse over it?
It doesn't show in the
thing. Doesn't show?
I think it's the same, but it's 50-50. Or 150? I can't even remember.
I thought it was like a little bit less red.
Yeah, I think it's 50-50.
But some blue, but maybe you want to get it because you can get a few more.
Yeah, that might be it, actually.
Blink Hunter's cheaper red resource, so great for defense. Thank you, Theory.
Oh, that's so good. We just had the pro gamer in our chat
the pro gamer
telling
come in here and tell us.
I love it.
And I'm like, I know, Theory. I was testing you, okay? I just want to see if you knew. All right, so we got an attack coming in. And again, you know, games like this are very simple. If the player on two bases survives and doesn't lose too many workers, they're going to be way ahead.
Oh, the snipe target fire onto the Stingers. Unfortunately, Albino not paying attention. Loses one and loses a lot of health in the other. Forward Blink also be able to kill off a lot of those Wasps. And a nice defense from Trigger will keep him in a pretty good spot as the expansion for Albino is extremely late. And he's basically forced now to try and get any damage he can. And, I mean, this is a situation where Trigger has got a massive army on both fronts.
So he's going to be playing from behind. For now, it's going to be up to Albino to try to push into areas and see if either of these sides are weaker. But, of course, you can blink back and punish like we just saw there if you overextend. No third base is possible yet, not until Trigger can push out here. And so far, I mean, it's just going to be more and more pressure outside of where the third base will be for Trigger. Trigger's going to finally be able to come and merge up his army. Here in the entrance, going to come block a possible counterattack around the side. We do have tech coming for Trigger. He's about halfway through. He's going for Mammoth Butterfly. Albino does, well, he's already teched up, but doesn't have any kind of next step in the evolution of tech here. And he doesn't have a third yet either, but he's spending a decent amount of blue on tech units. So that's what's he's going to have to basically stop spending that if he wants to develop in another direction, whereas Trigger has now taken his third.
Yeah, he's got to save up a lot more of that Kim to even up with the David, so he has plenty
Whoa.
of David Kim to be able to use there. A nice little flank for the Wasps and the Stingers, but there's just so many blinks, and the couple Mammoths are going to start to reinforce as well that it makes it so difficult. I think there was a Wasp run by over on the natural that also got defended. This is looking so difficult for Albino as the Blink Mammoth setup is just starting to get really, it's going to get really oppressive really quickly here, I think. There's going to be no room for anything to get done. A Blink forward as well to snipe off some of these Stingers, and that is a GG. Trigger will go up 2-1 so far.
Scumbag Wasp Rusher pays the price. Justice has been served. I just learned something back there, though. Yeah, the Recall Hunters would cost a little bit less red.
Yeah.
So in a way, even though, in my mind, I always think of them as just an anti-air unit, the reality is that if you just need like that 10% more units to kind of barely hold off the rush, just a few more sandbags to stop the flood, yeah, you can get that.
Yeah, I like that. Especially it's pretty good against Wasps. Even though it's not the most damage coming out of the Blink Hunters, it increases the surface area. So they can't get a full surround as easier on all your units. You have like a bigger ball that they have to all wrap around, so then you have less of their units attacking your units in the first place as well. So that's also a good benefit for them.
So it's going to be Trigger up 2-1 right now. Is Trigger in Seoul now?
Yep. He is.
I think he lives near where we are.
I think that's not right. I think he said he lives over in like Mappo area, maybe?
That's the area we're in right now?
Oh, I mean, I guess so. I just mean more, like he's south of the river though, not...
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong.
All right, guys, we're going to go back into the game. Oh!
Again? Oh, he's doing the...
Oh, it's one base versus one base.
This time it's going to be Swift, Shocker, and Destroyer against Destroyer Mortar.
Okay, so this formation that we got here, this is really smart.
Yeah.
If you're new to the game, you want to do this. You can wedge your range units in between the resource patches, and there's less surface area. Now, your workers can take some damage too, but the idea is that you would just be shooting down the enemies without losing your stuff and holding off the rush, and long term you'd be ahead. But this is a game where it's one base rush versus one base defense. Both sides teching into tier 2. So I have no idea where this game goes from here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of a chicken scenario where like we have to see who makes certain tech units first and who wants to expand first. Because it's going to be, I'm assuming, Swift Shockers from Albino. Because Destroyers from him don't do good against anything of what Trigger has. But yeah, it's going to be Mortars defensively because that's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, well, you're going to be turtling in this position. Blink and Mortar probably can't be broken pretty much no matter what, as long as your Blinks are good and your Mortars are well placed.
Yeah.
So he's got this triangle formation here that basically covers the perimeter of each of the bases.
I just don't see what Albino's going to get here because the Mortars are just, oh my god, it's insane how good they do against Wasp.
Oh, yeah.
It's just going to be more Wasps out of Albino as well as Expansion is trying to get up. It's a little bit delayed, actually quite a bit delayed compared to his opponent. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure. He's going to try to set up some like really big flank or maybe just a run by here, trying to do something. But again, one Mortar is more than enough to deal with a little Wasp counterattack.
I feel like a third base makes a lot of sense here for Albino. But we don't have tech yet. We've got that 400. He's gonna have to spend the 400 blue on something. What's it going to be?
It's Starforge he's going for. Okay.
Yeah. Interesting to see him go for that. Oh, a big dive in here. And, there's a blink away, but that kind of exposes the Mortars.
Yeah, it's actually the Swift Shockers are doing better against the Mortars than I expected. We'll be able to kill a few of them and force the awkward engage out of Trigger. A forward blink does keep him away from actually killing this core. And I'm actually surprised, at how even that trade went. I thought that was going to go way worse for Albino than it actually did.
Yeah. Well, he did blink away. I do think blink has to be used to... You always need the Mortars in the back.
Yeah, of course.
There's not really a moment where you're like, oh, I'll trade, Mortar damage so that I can get my other unit away. And it did seem almost like an impulsive blink there for a second. He's going to try to move in here again. Now, moves like that, Wasps maybe the most expendable unit, but you still don't want to lose them in a situation like that. And look, it's 3 bases to 2. He's going to go for cat buses.
I was just going to say, like, I was looking at the interactions. I was like, I'm pretty sure stingers are not good versus mortars. So I feel like the only play here is to also, it's just super tech right into cat buses. And that's exactly what's going on. The problem, though, is that is a massive timing window.
Oh, the mortars.
Oh, can he actually get on top of them? No.
What? Oh, my God. And back at home, Albino's head also explodes. Like, how badly could you lose that in the last few seconds? Wow.
Oh, it turned on him so quickly.
His whole house just blows up. It's crazy.
Oh, he thought he had such a play there.
I wanted him to take it, too. I'm a cat bus boy myself.
Yeah, yeah. Well, unfortunate. No 5 games out of that one, but Trigger, I guess, showing his dominance there as one of the best Battle Aces players on the planet.
That was impressive. It seemed like he had a great position, and then you just realize the overwhelmingly high number of units that he's getting surrounded by. And it's like, oh, it doesn't matter if you kill all 4 of the mortars. There's everything else in the game is going to come get you. Well, guys, we're going to be going to another break here a little bit sooner than I had hoped. I hope we would have had a Game 5 there. So we're still in the round of 8 here for the Tassel Tussle 2 Invitational. Up next is going to be Parting versus Sturgeon.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait.
I hope that's a close one. I hope it's good. Sturgeon, a good friend of ours. Also based in Korea, but a British guy working out here, married to a Korean. And obviously Parting, StarCraft 2 world champion, one of the most influential RTS players of all time.
Lost a game to Combat X.
Lost it.
Very important.
We're getting this whole Wikipedia up here. And... what was I going to say? Yeah, I mean, probably the favorite to take this whole tournament.
Yep.
We will be running ads. Consider subbing. Consider supporting the channel. Go to tastelessthreads.com, the merch shop. We've got Tassel Tussle 2 T-shirts for sale. I don't know. I guess that's it.
Wonderful.
We'll be back in a little bit, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oops. Da-da-da. I don't know what these buttons do on my Stream Deck. Hello, everybody. We're ready for the final match here in the round of 8 for the Tassel Tussle 2 Invitational.
Actually, let me do this before we get. Let me do that before.
We're not ready.
We're
gonna
not
be ready.
ready. We're almost ready. We will be ready eventually.
It's been a great set of games here so far, honestly. Albino Trigger a little bit short, but I think Trigger played really well. Props to him for that. Parting and Sturgeon are coming up here. Sturgeon, you may only be aware of if you are very actively following Battle Aces streams or Stormgate streams. He is really good at both these games. StarCraft 2 GM, obviously. A buddy of ours that resides out here in Seoul. And, I mean, honestly, just when you talk to him about the game, a smart guy, very talented. But he's going up against Parting. You know, Parting is the de facto favorite in every RTS that he touches, basically. You know, and this guy's very future-oriented. I think we had a lot of people that are still in StarCraft 2 because there's a lot of money in StarCraft 2 that can be made. But then you've got these other pro gamers that are out here kind of more focused on what's going to be the next big thing. And Parting has positioned himself very well to maybe take this entire game by storm. Important question, have you and Gemini decided on your stream team name yet? That's a good question.
Gemulous.
Gemulous?
Taste Gem.
Ew,
no, that's terrible.
It's us Taste Gem. Yeah, we are creepy. I don't know.
Gemmy Taste. Anything with taste in it sounds a little weird.
Gemmy Bears, maybe? I don't know, man. I'm not sure. Taste the Mini.
Taste the Mini.
You know, you got to be
Taste
careful
the
with how
Mini.
you use my name, guys.
Yeah.
Or the whole ID becomes extremely suggestive.
Yeah.
Chris H. tipping $25. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the support. Hope you're enjoying the show. Be sure to follow, guys. We're going to have more Battle Aces content out here.
Parting is on the wrong Steam account.
Yeah, Gauntlet Wizard gets it. Gemmy Bears bouncing here and there and everywhere. You know, it's called Haribo.
Yeah.
Everywhere else. The number of times
this has happened because of.
First of all, I want to point out, it's not like I'm around gummy bears all the time, but there's been times where I've been in Korea and someone has gummy bears. People go Haribo, and I kind of go, what? What did they just say? I remember being in Germany and somebody said that too.
Dude, this
Haribo, and I went. He said it too. What is that?
We knew about this because Creighton told us this one time.
Yeah.
And then you thought I told you this?
Come on camera a little bit
Oh,
more.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
You can like literally like it's like the side of the moon here. Just a little bit of your face is coming on.
You thought I told you this, and you brought this up in a GSL game with Artosis one time.
Yeah.
And then you guys were like trying to figure this out, and then you're like, who told me this? And you literally, from the top of
Sorry, guys, camera busted. Turn it back on here.
From the caster desk, you turned around and shouted down to me.
I
you
remember
this, and you shouted like Gemini. I see him, Gemini. Who? In that Haribo, they call Haribo thing or gummy bears something everywhere. What does that call? I said, I screamed back up to you, and everyone.
I have headsets on. I can't. I'm trying to fix the camera, guys.
Oh my god, it was absolutely ridiculous. And then everyone, I'm like screaming up to the top deck of the casters, and everyone's looking at me like, "What is happening?"
Well, this was a StarCraft tournament. It's important we get to the bottom of that, right?
Yeah.
We got our players in game now. Haribo. I don't know magic markers. Haribo. How do we have gummy bears? Is literally that's what it is.
It was horrible.
It was chat.
Nice.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Sorry for my camera dying out. We've been having problems with my camera all week. I might have to get it replaced. All right. Parting versus Sturgeon, guys. The winner goes on to face off against Trigger. Blink, ready. Caster's ready, too.
Oh, we're having a Wasp Blink opener from Parting here. A little bit tricky, but it looks like Sturgeon, sorry, not Steve, that's his other name. Sturgeon did not fall for the bait and just expanded anyways, as he also has his own Wasp. So we'll see how this ends up trading out for him.
Okay. So Sturgeon, kind of more on the map, so to speak, has teched into Wasps. Obviously, Wasps are available for Parting, but he hasn't gone for that yet. This little counter is pretty nice. Parting's quite out of position. Of course, Wasps don't really do that much damage to structures.
Oh, it looks like, oh my god, Sturgeon's going to do he's going to do the Wasp Falcon all in. We were talking.
Oh, we need to unmute the in-game sound.
Oh, we forgot. Dang it. We literally thought we had
figured out something there.
So
Sorry,
smart.
Game sound's on.
Nice. Thank you. Good job, chat. But yeah, so me and Sturgeon were talking about this as well. Now that the Falcons got buffed a little bit just yesterday, we have he wants to bring out the Wasp Falcon all-in again, where he will just try and destroy his opponent basically just with a giant amount of Falcons and just hope that his opponent does not have enough anti-air, which we do have airships as the play, though, from Parting, so that'll still be pretty good against the possible Falcons. However, I guess Sturgeon could also just flex over into the Mammoths as well, so we'll see what he ends up going for. A big engagement in the middle with a lot of Wasp Blink against just the only Wasps, so the couple Blinks, I feel like Sturgeon should try to surround some of these Blinks a little bit, as he's just kind of letting the Blinks do a lot of damage on the back end to his forward Wasps, but yeah, this is getting a little awkward now.
Yeah, so far, I mean, the Blinks are doing a great job. There's just enough Wasps over here in the front. You know, it's similar to that recall Wasp push we saw here, where it's like the Wasps can tank and they can do damage, but that makes it so the Blinks can never really be touched. Now, the Mammoths are going to come out here now, 3 in total. A big counterattack over here into the natural.
Oh, that's a lot of Wasps. Yeah, that's going to be very difficult to deal with. The forward attack, though, is also actually getting thinned out as the Wasp Mammoth not actually able to deal with this Blink Wasp force. Sure, the Mammoths don't die, but they don't actually kill anything very quickly either, but eventually will be able to get everything. But again, Sturgeon's base is also a little bit later than Parting's in the first place as well, so it's not even like he's enjoying a massive economic lead or anything here. He's actually just kind of behind. Is now the Falcons from Parting will be at the play, because actually there's no anti-air for Sturgeon except for some Hornets. So now Sturgeon is the one actually getting Falconed when I think maybe he was the one trying to go Falcons in the first place.
All right, nice engage over here. He's going to be able to come in and do a pretty good block. The Falcons are just going to wipe out all the workers there. He could even turn that onto the third base. Meanwhile, the third base here for Sturgeon's going to drop that third base now. Parting trying to fight and just keep this one alive. The Mammoths are completely surrounded. They cannot get out.
Yeah, this is looking pretty bad for Sturgeon. I think he's got a bunch of Hornets to try and deal with these Falcons, and will actually be able to kill a few of them, but the Falcons still are extremely beefy now. They got their health buffed, so the Hornets unable to really do that much, and now we're just streamlining them in a couple at a time, and you can see how inefficient it is to actually kill Falcons with just a few of your ground anti-air units. And I think Parting's going to come across for a massive finishing blow in just a little bit here, assuming his Falcons can help join the fray.
Yeah. Well, I kind of feel like at this point in time, Parting's done everything he needed to do. And so he's got Crusaders that are going to come up here as well.
Yeah, this is looking pretty bad. Sturgeon, I mean, he's just trying to limp out a few units. He's trying to go for one last counterattack with his Wasp, but this is not exactly the play that I think will end up actually winning him the game, because this army is really just not going to die from Parting. Even the Crusaders coming in now is going to be extremely difficult, and that's going to be a first game going over to Parting.
Pretty masterful game there from him, I got to say. This is very impressive. Sorry again, we had the sound turned off there. We're kind of I want to say a two-man team, but it's mostly because he's over on the side of the computer. I'm kind of just like...
I'm doing literally everything.
Yes, do everything.
I'm observing. I'm talking to the players.
I might be better at talking, so I'm kind of like doing that too.
Yeah, you're the downtime filler while I basically make sure that everything works.
While you're doing everything over here on the computer, I'm like, well, this guy's up 1-0.
I'm also
He's
doing
in the
it
lead now.
on a computer that has the most unorganized OBS I've ever seen in my life. I'm sorry, Tasteless.
You take it back. I'm a genius. Okay, that's what this is the OBS of a genius. Okay. Is what you're looking at.
Yeah. This is the OBS of a Code A or Rank A Brood War Protoss player.
Yeah, formerly Rank B.
Yes.
A reformed StarCraft 1 Pro. Actually, I fell back into B after I sent you guys my
rank. Did you? Oh, that's so sad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I actually had I Dark Templar rushed a guy with 4
I
Dark
saw that. I was watching.
And I actually turned.
How did you do that?
Let me explain to the chat. I turned my 4 Dark Templars accidentally into 2 Dark Archons right before I won.
I lost. How did you accidentally?
I hit the R key.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how.
What would you possibly hit the R key? Like, what were you trying to press?
I don't know.
Ah, that's so sad. I'm even looking at the keyboard trying to figure out what you might have.
You don't need to hit any buttons when you have a Dark Templar. You know, it's just it's like a zealot.
Yeah, you don't.
I gotta use its abilities.
Just flubbed your hand on the keyboard by accident. So sad.
So we're waiting for our players to get in the game. Fingers crossed for Sturgeon. I have to say, I think Parting played maybe one of the better games we've seen with what he did there. Like, he really had control over where Sturgeon was going the whole time. Yeah. I really learned a lot from that Blink Rush, too. Our scores are updated, right?
Yep.
Okay, you're so good.
I'm doing it on time now.
See, that's the thing that I do, guys. I go, did you do the thing? Okay, good.
I can't help you, but I hope you did it.
Yeah. So, this is Recalls and Recall Hunters. With Sturgeon, it's going to be Wasp, Hornet, one of our bread and butter compositions.
Yep.
So you actually got to be a little bit careful here. The Wasp, Hornet rushes, in my experience, can, if done correctly, overwhelm Recall players. Recall is, it's funny. It is very different from Blink. I think if you don't use these 2 units, they can kind of look the same and feel the same.
Yeah.
From the other perspective, but when you have to deal with it, defense-wise, you have to be really smart about how you recall. So he's going to recall these back over here, but he doesn't go into the natural. He goes into his main because he knows they get surrounded otherwise.
Yeah, good play. Excuse me. You have to make sure you're very careful with these recalls because, yeah, you can get surrounded so quickly. You do not have Blink to be able to get out of a surround. You just have to be very careful that you can possibly, target fire a couple of units to then allow yourself to wiggle out of the surround. But it can get really snowbally very quickly if you get out of position. So Parting's going to be very careful to hug the edges of his buildings, of the cliffs, to make sure that the Wasps cannot get a crazy full surround on him.
So the third base is up on both sides, but obviously this base on the outside here for Parting, it's a little bit uncomfortable. Sturgeon could generate some small threats over here. Now, you can try to bait out a recall. How many does he send? He sends about 5 or 6, yeah. And then tries to hit over here. And so this is where Sturgeon may have a real opening.
Yeah, he's going to go on to the workers. He's going to be able to get quite a bit of them, actually. He's going to have to try and run away as well before the recall comes in. I think that's actually not that bad of a trade. The third base also getting attacked, but that's more of a distraction than anything. Again, it's going to be very difficult to actually kill that. But I think a good worker damage from Sturgeon here to start this off. He's got to make sure he doesn't die to the counterattack, because obviously recalls, if they can get in a good number, will out DPS the Wasps. And we're basically waiting now as Sturgeon to get our tech units out. But we actually already have advanced recalls as the other unit coming out from Parting, and we'll be able to DPS down this base really quickly.
Wow. He's going to keep pushing here. Now, I don't know that there's enough Wasps to make anything happen anywhere. I think he has to actually go back and just try to deal with this. But look at this. These advanced recalls are actually pretty damn good against the Mammoths. So he recalls back, but then isn't Parting just ahead, right?
Yeah.
Like there's, the workers at the Natural are going to slowly repopulate. But I think this is, right now about 6-4 Parting's favor.
Yeah, the army size is overall a little bit bigger for Sturgeon, but the Wasps are going to get outscaled pretty quickly, I think. I have actually no idea how the advanced recalls play into this. I've played with this unit very little.
Mammoths. Yeah, I don't use it that much. But you can see the Mammoth damage of the damage the Mammoths receive from them is quite a lot, right?
Yeah, I think it's just the burst is very heavy with the recalls as well. They actually combined together do a decent amount of damage, but there's no extra bonus damage that they do. Both of them are like the recalls are small and the Mammoths are big, so there's no bonus damage from any of them. So it's basically just the basic attacks from them. And I guess it's actually a pretty nice little attack here, though, from Sturgeon. We'll be able to get this out of position, but he does leave himself very exposed. The damage from those advanced recalls onto the core is insane. Wow, that gets picked off super fast. And out of absolutely nowhere, Sturgeon is stuck down on one base, and he's dead. He's dead.
He's dead.
Well.
So, I mean, a truly impressive game there from Parting. This unit is the advanced recall. Have you messed with this unit that much?
I literally have never used the unit, and I very rarely play against anyone that has it.
It's so slow that I just don't get it. But then when I see it used there, I'm like,
I just don't really know what its benefits are. I don't really know what it's supposed to be doing, to be honest. I'm not.
Truth is, I haven't used all the units. I kind of get a couple that I feel comfortable with, and then I'm trying different stuff. He also gets the assault bot, which is unusual. Sturgeon, I thought, did a decent job, but probably wasn't prepared for the fact that the advanced recalls can push that hard.
Yeah.
Also, I'm just so used to seeing Mammoths, do extremely well versus whoever, whatever mid-game comp you have. It seems like they're both affordable and can, they can move quickly. They don't really seem like they have any kind of obvious Achilles heel, but clearly they die to the advanced recalls. And man, that's a slow push. They're about the same speed as the actual recalls, right? Maybe literally the same speed.
Yeah, I think they're the same, honestly.
Okay.
Into the next game.
Cool. Let's go.
It's going to be Parting up 2-0. Sturgeon needs a game to be able to keep himself in this series. Doesn't want to get blown out. He's had a very good showing in the first Tassel Tussle, beating out Trigger, or almost beating out Trigger in a very, very close. He was actually up the series as well, and then Trigger was able to reverse sweep it. But yeah, I think it's overall a bit rough for Sturgeon. He's going to stick with the same units. He's not actually switching his deck whatsoever, so he feels very comfortable with the Wasp opener, and now it's going to be a gunbot play from Parting.
Yeah, Parting really mixing it up here. Moving out with these advanced gunbots. Now the Wasps are really just going to keep the gunbots kind of pinned into their base. There is a mini game that's occurring here where you're trying to ban out or a bait out, I should say. Overclock or overcharge or whatever it's called. Stim, basically.
It's actually crazy how fast Parting will just take these bases, even
Yeah.
in matchups where I feel like he's not 100%.
The fact that he does it versus Wasps and just still stays back when he doesn't have his own Wasps is kind of wild to me. But he does appear to be losing this fight out here. I mean, it does feel like, the kind of positional disadvantage is becoming a reality. Sturgeon is just ripping apart the natural. The gunbots are nowhere to be seen. They're still protecting the third base.
Yeah, I think this is actually kind of decent for Sturgeon because he's actually not teched at all or expanded, so he's just going full on for the Wasp Hornet all-in, it looks like, trying to just bust down Parting, having expanded so quickly. And will this actually end up playing out good for him?
I think he might be able to win this here. He killed up a lot of the workers. The issue is that the Hornets can't really be touched, and you just keep making Wasps at this moment. And the Hornets...
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is actually going pretty decently for him. The overclock is spent as well. He needs to back up just a little bit here and be careful. He needs to get all the rest of his reinforcements and focus down some of these workers, which is what he's going to do. Sturgeon trying to get all the rest of the reinforcements together before he goes for yet another engage. Overclock going yet again for Parting onto these gunbots. And I feel like this is... I actually have no idea who's winning this fight. This is so awkward.
I think he may have overextended. I think he might have pushed a little bit too deep down there. I mean, we're going to basically find out. There's not a plan B here for Sturgeon. Like, if Parting stabilizes and can repopulate his bases with workers, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, and his natural has remade all those workers, so he's going to be getting that. Also, the jump from Parting on the top base, or on the top army, it's going to get just run by.
Not looking at this? This is kind of crazy to me. He might run all the way out.
Oh, he's just going to get surrounded in the main from the reinforcements. Sturgeon going really deep for this, trying to keep the army as far away as possible to potentially snipe the third base, but the damage is just so low he can't actually get on top of it.
I think he's throwing too many units away. I think the party will come out and just have more. And, the longer the game goes on, the further that I think Parting's going to be ahead here. I feel like there was a moment, it seemed like Sturgeon had it. It was almost like watching two guys arm wrestling, Yeah. Like it went back and forth, and eventually one kind of powered through.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know. I feel like Sturgeon's looking a little bit like Mike Tyson in round 8 against Jake Paul over here. He's not doing too good. He's just kind of bleeding out. Tried to go for his big all-in, but it didn't work. And that is going to be a 3-0. Damn.
Wow. Very one-sided victory there from Parting. I guess not too shocking. This guy is probably the best Battle Aces player we have. He was the champion of the Tassel Tussle 1. And this means we are actually finished with the round of 8, moving on into the round of 4. So no more best of 5s. From here on out, it's going to be best of 7s. And in our finals, we'll have a best of 9.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so excited. I'm very curious to see specifically how... I'm actually quite curious what Percival's going to do in here. I'm really curious to see just how good he is. I haven't seen much of his actual games other than a couple streamers that he gets matched up against. But yeah, I'm very curious. I am also a little bit unfortunately sad that Sturgeon did get paired up versus Parting.
Yeah.
I feel like he would have had a very good chance versus a couple of the other players in the bracket. I mean, he even I saw him beat Percival on ladder at one point as well. I mean, he's beaten a lot of these really top players. So I feel like he would have been able to do a pretty decent dent into the tournament if he was not, unfortunately, put against the best player in round 1.
That happens. Sometimes you're in a tournament and you're against the person that wins it, and you kind of leave the tournament going, I don't know where I really fit into this whole thing other than a casualty of the guy who was the best. But, yeah, I mean, so far the Final Four is looking really good. Let me pull that up for us here right now. So... DeWalt, Vibe, Albino, and Sturgeon have been knocked out, and that leaves us with Theory versus Percival and Trigger versus Parting.
Was that the finals last time? I can't remember.
I think so, yeah.
I can't even remember, but Trigger versus Parting should be a pretty good one regardless. I feel like Trigger is also one of the most insane players at this game right now.
Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah, I feel like it's like Parting, Trigger, and Clem. Yeah. But unfortunately, Clem is in Europe, so time zones don't work out very well for that. So
not as easy. We might have him for the next one, though. All right, guys. Well, we're going to run another break here. We're going to run some ads. Check out my merch shop, tastelessthreads.com. Consider supporting our stream, our tournament. If you're watching on YouTube, let me know what you think about this kind of content. Should I do this more regularly? Should I make a Patreon? I don't know. I'm having fun. I'm digging Battle Aces.
Yep.
We'll see you guys in a couple minutes with the round of 4. See you soon. are back. Let me get the. We just switched chairs here, guys.
I was gonna say you shrunk so much.
I'm a good 6 inches shorter. We decided to get smaller chairs we could put in here.
Yeah.
This stream room I'm in, you can probably already kind of tell. It's like in this corner of my house. It's this very small room. And it's not really good for 2 people being in here. It's fine if I'm alone. So anyways, I brought folding chairs in here so we might fit a little bit better. That's my story. What do you guys think? You guys, I have a lot of good stories in these streams.
Thank you very much for sharing. Thank God you can move that camera down, though. Otherwise, that would have looked really funny when it's just it's me and then your head there.
Should we put it down more? Let me see here.
Put it back up. I want to see what it looked like when it was just.
Let's look up here. I was like, hey, guys.
This looks so silly.
My voice has to get higher. All right, back down.
Wonderful. Oh, there we go. That's much better.
Okay. Oops. Whoop. There we go.
Nice. It's gamer time.
It's gamer time. Check your watches. It's gamer time. Let me pull up the bracket real quick here. So we're in the final 4. This is going to be Theory, Percival, Trigger, and Parting. So I think in both of these, there's 2 clear favorites. I mean, I certainly think that Theory should beat Percival. Maybe there's an upset there. And I think Parting beats Trigger, but who knows?
I think this one's going to be pretty close, actually. I don't necessarily think that... I feel like at this stage, I think everyone is pretty even.
Yeah.
I feel like anyone could win at this point, in my opinion. I feel like it's going to be quite close, and I really have no idea what to call for any of them, actually. Let me quickly just change the scoreboard. I'm gonna break
Look at you doing
break the wall.
The scoreboard.
The scoreboard. This is the thing that I, as a teacher as well, I just like do by accident, where like you just kind of talk in random accents sometimes, like just to make it sound kind of interesting for my little 4th graders, and they kind of like that. And then it slowly trickles into my actual talking.
Here, and all the 4th graders in my chat like that too. They're like, "Oh, that was cool."
Yeah, it just kind of sometimes trickles into my own actual speech by accident. Oops, I can't spell. English teacher can't spell. All right, here we go.
All right, we're back. We're so back. This is way better with these chairs. We're so back. Oh my God.
We are so
5-minute break and they're so back. So we're gonna get confirmation. We know that the colors are right too.
Oh,
right? Okay.
True.
Before they both pick light yellow or something that makes this impossible to cast. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us for this. If these events do well, I want to do more of them. Appreciate you, Gemini, for coming over.
Oh, I appreciate you for inviting me.
Just love is all around. All right, so we're going to confirm the player colors are okay to go.
All right, here we go. It's time.
It's time.
This will be a best of 7 as well.
Yeah.
Not a best of 5 anymore. We're going to be upping it each time.
Percival in the bottom left, Theory in the top right.
It's going to be Blinks versus Blinks. First time we're seeing this, actually. Blink Hunter versus Blink Hunter as well. And holy moly, they have almost the exact same deck. It's Destroyer, Mortar, Mammoth, then we got Dragonfly. Actually, okay, so the Star Forges are different. So yeah, we've got Mammoth, Falcon as the potential flex pick for Theory, whereas the flex from Percival, I keep wanting to call him by his actual name. I see it here, it's so annoying, is Advanced Recall and Dragonfly.
So, you know, Blink versus Blink, it does feel like if you go out on the map and you don't know what's going on, you could be really at risk for being countered. But here we are. Theory's already going to roam out. Percival staying back for the time being. And it seems like he's going to try to wind up and move through the top. This will drive Percival back, by the way. Percival does not have that many blinks over here. Yeah, Theory's kind of got this combing method. But he's going to end up bumping into 2 different, maybe even 3 different factions of Percival's army. Percival spots him and then is going to regroup. We're right at about time for a 3rd base. We've got the mortar almost done. Meanwhile, it's Starforge Tech here for Percival.
Yeah, I'm curious how this is going to go if we're going to have the advanced recalls coming up from Percival. I actually would love to see that. Oh, a forward blink from Theory, though, trying to catch out some of Percival's units, maybe backfiring a little bit as the reinforcements come in just the right time. And now he's going to get chased across the map as well. Theory maybe overextending in that initial engagement, but will turn and fight and try to use the rest of his reinforcements to help with this one. But the blink back and forth is crazy. Unfortunately for Theory, his mortars were just out barely too late. Could have really punished that forward blink by Percival if that was able to get out quicker.
All right, we've got some of these dragonflies coming in. There are some blink hunters. And like, ooh, nice snipe there. Does take out one. But the dragonflies are going to be able to sweep through the natural here and probably take out a lot of workers. Actually, they're coming back. This is kind of a weird move.
I think he F2'd or something, or just brought everything back.
Yeah, it felt like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, those dragonflies will get nothing done. Trying to blink forward with the blink hunters to catch them is Theory, but won't be able to do so for now. But this is actually quite interesting. Both players kind of posturing very heavily, but no third base has been taken just yet. They don't feel safe enough to actually go for it. The blink versus blink is surprisingly, it's surprisingly tense. Like they're both not really sure where they want to actually take the engages this time. Percival trying to go a little bit far forward, but gets jumped on by Theory. And now even with the mortars sitting back at home, feels totally fine to go across the map. I guess you can just leave them to deny any counterattacks. And it was an instant cat bus switch.
Yeah, he went for that cat bus. He's just got to micro, spread the damage between each cat bus here. Now, if he can get one or two more, he might be able to try to push in. But I just sort of feel like this is better for Theory, right? I mean, it kind of looks like he's got more options.
So you'd think that, but the cat buses are so crazy good, especially because he's only on 2 bases. He doesn't have 3, so his income is not super crazy. So yes, his Blink Hunter count is going to be pretty decent at first, but if the first blink in doesn't go perfectly, I think it could snowball on him very quickly. This is actually the same scenario that happened to me against Sturgeon, that game I was talking about on break, where I got his core down to 5% and then I lost because at first I got like a snipe off of 1 cat bus or 2, and the Blink Hunters seemed like they were doing pretty good. But then once you get a couple more, they fall off.
They destroy everything.
They fall off so hard.
I've won so many games with like cat bus cheese, basically.
That is very tasteless.
So he's got 5 now. 5 is a lot.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. They'll blink in, they'll damage one. It's so easy to just grab it, right-click away, and kind of micro it. And, if you can just take out a decent number of units while the cat bus accumulation is about the same number, you're good.
Oh, the blink forward on the ground, trying to get on top of everything, keep those cat buses nice and safe. You can see the damage of them just is not falling. It's so difficult. And then you can't really blink under them as the Blink Hunter player either against a player with blinks as well, because then you just get blinked on as well. So it's very difficult to actually kill off this engagement. The cat buses are starting to focus fire, though, so it looks like we're trying to get on top of them. We'll be able to get a few of them. Has Percival overstepped?
You got to make sure that you're microing them away. Like this. This is exactly what you want to do. It seems like they just barely get in there, and then there's a little bit too many. He pulls that one away. If he micros this, I think he can still do it.
Oh, it's very razor's edge.
In this game, you always want to go right to the source of where they make everything.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Being able to get one of them. The second one just barely gets pulled back in time. Nice micro from Percival, keeping that alive. It's so important that you keep as many of these alive as possible because it just really snowballs super hard once you can get a couple of them. 3 seems to be like the big juicy
yeah, 3 is where it's a lot. 4 is where it really becomes a huge problem. He's doing a good job. He is going to send 1 cat bus around. He has a 5th one that's out back at home.
Oh, it's so annoying. You just can't get underneath them.
Yeah. Well, you can see you can kind of play keep away. Uh-oh.
The sound of the cat buses sounds kind of cool. I like them. The way they shoot.
Yeah, it's a very satisfying
sound. It's like a little
sound
Gatling gun kind of thing. Oh, I'm surprised he actually got some shots off there. I didn't think he was in range.
Yeah, I think you can't move the cat bus between the very, very top right and that little top part of the circle that we're kind of looking at over here.
Oh, we're getting so close to losing that other one. It's got like 1 HP. That's insane. It looks like it's dead. That's wild.
It's 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. Keep in mind that he's been mining on these bases for a really long time. Percival has been. And basically, every time the cat bus engages, it kills off some stuff. Now, I think the killing blow is going to come up here. Because basically, he can just sit back and get a few more cat buses. This is similar to how a lot of my games have gone. Where I kind of just run the clock on cat buses. And, like, I don't see how Theory is going to have enough to deal with this.
Oh, the blink forward is so sick. I mean, we have 5 more cat buses coming in from the left as well. I feel like that blink was actually a little bit too early. I mean, the rest of the cat buses aren't even here, but I feel like the answer is just not here for Theory. There's no way you can kill this many cat buses with the amount of blink hunters you're going to be able to get.
Yeah, just got to make sure you micro the weaker ones away like he has over here.
Oh my god. That is some damage coming out of those cat buses. I mean, literally everything is dying. The one at the natural is still killing all the workers as well. Percival has absolutely got this. The blink hunters barely even trickling in at this point. Theory taps out. Percival takes the first game.
Very cool. Impressive run from Percival, man. You know, they kind of just sort of stabilizing on 2 bases. That's enough of the blue resource that you can get enough cat buses out. It's funny, too, because when that attack came in, the initial one, it seemed like maybe Theory hangs on. Maybe he stays in the game. But then the problem is that all of his blink hunters are back at home. They're trying to defend whatever workers they can. And some workers are being picked off at the top, at the bottom. After that's done, and, you know, Theory survives it, it doesn't matter. There's like 5 more cat buses back at home. There's no opportunity to counterattack.
Yeah. Yeah, if you just get stuck against cat buses with only your core anti-air, it feels really bad. Like, unless you really just totally snowball it in the first engagement, you're like basically just on a losing battle for the rest of it. It's like really impossible to get anything.
Yeah. We're going to go into game 2 now. Continuing on here, the Tassel Tussle.
Crabs. Crab alert.
Crabs.
Oh, I'm so excited. I want to see these crabs win so bad. I want to get proof from a pro player that crabs are good.
I feel like crabs aren't that bad still. I mean, it was the first unit I used. I really liked them. And then I kind of went to scorpions a little bit more. Could be a style thing, though.
Yeah, I've been just kind of stuck on the recalls. I did do a lot of crab in the first phase, but this phase I've been all on
That's
the
so funny,
recalls.
because I'm the exact same thing for me.
Huh.
I was like almost afraid to try the recalls. I thought they looked hard, and then when I started playing with them, I'm like, no, this is fun. I get this.
Yeah, they make sense.
Yeah.
They're slow. They do a lot of damage, but then you can instantly reposition to deal with counterattacks. It's quite nice.
Theory's got a really good hiding place.
Yeah, I love it.
Because he can actually move these crabs through the blind spot.
Oh, I love it.
This is like so smart. I've never seen anybody hide anything here.
And then he can get a little surround, potentially. Tries to get on top of them. Doesn't quite get it, but will at least force the blinks away. Yeah, I do like that spot. I think even if he didn't want to go to the surround, he could have even just sent it straight down the middle and maybe done a counterattack with him. The problem is, though, that crabs don't, I guess, do that much damage to workers, so it's not like they're going to do that. I don't know. They just don't do that much, so. But yeah, you don't die. A lot of players, I feel like, think that the crabs just kind of get picked off really easily. You can kind of get kited to death, but you can get a lot of them pretty quickly. They're not expensive, and they are quite fast, so you can easily disengage as well.
Okay, he's going to try to collapse on this, but of course you can blink away. We're waiting for that next tech to come out for Theory. It will be the, you know, with King Crab Destroyer, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities to try to come in and counterattack. I do like, you know, the comp that Percival does go for here with the Falcons. Do you use a lot of Falcons in your own play?
Yes, I've been putting them back in. I've become a bit of a Falcon abuser.
Yeah.
They're quite strong if you're playing against people that don't know how to deal with them. They're actually very, very good. So, yeah.
They've got a bit more sustain on them.
Yeah, that's true. They got buffed. Their health is much better now. So, yeah, they're very difficult to actually pin down properly, but it does make for a very slow army, so that's the only annoying thing. We're going to have the engagement coming in with the King Crabs as well. I mean, there's nothing actually to kill the Falcons. I don't think that Theory maybe expected the Falcon transition, as everything is getting killed off here. He's going to try to use the Destroyers to target down the core, but it doesn't work.
This is a cool cheese. The Destroyers can actually, I think in like, if you have 2 Destroyers, I think in like 4 shots or something, they kill the
It's more than that now. It's definitely, they changed the interaction.
You can do it really fast.
But it is pretty fast.
It's crazy. But I think he just tried to cheese him out, and this might actually backfire.
Yeah, this is looking not too good at the moment. Well, I mean, I guess they're both still on 2 bases, and Theory didn't take any damage on the other side. It's just that he suicided so much of his army to try and get that play done. And now the Falcons are actually going to try to go for a counterattack, and there's no Blink Hunters at home to meet them, so it's just going to be the reinforcing Blink Hunters to defend that once Theory realizes that it's actually happening.
So he's going to go for Locust, it looks like.
Interesting. They're not good against Blink Hunters, so we'll see how that interaction goes. I've never actually seen it yet.
Yeah, but you know they're fast.
Yeah.
Like they can kind of get to places where they otherwise wouldn't be able to go. Well,
how about right into the middle of the army?
Not at all tasteless. Uh-oh. The Falcons are here.
I mean, the army on the other side is quite large, though, for Theory. There's nothing that really kills the King Crabs super quick. However, there's not too many of them either, so it means that the Blinks are able to do quite a lot. I mean, Theory is just sending it. He's not even dealing with the Falcons back at home. He's fully sent it, and it's not worked whatsoever.
Damn.
Percival with a 2-0 lead.
Kind of shutting down the cheese that we saw earlier on there. Really impressive stuff.
Dude, Percival, man. This kid, young Percy, doing
Percival, more like persevere.
Oh.
Am I right?
You're the procaster. I'm just the guy coming out.
That's
to
why I
help
make
out.
the big bucks, Gemini.
That's why I'm doing all the production and everything else.
That's right. That's right. So we're going to go to game 3. And game 4 might be the last game.
Yep.
If this keeps up. I thought Theory would be taking the lead and maybe Percival would fight back. Maybe he would be kind of hanging in there. No.
No.
So far, no.
I'm sad the crabs didn't work, man. I feel like these
They
are just...
so didn't work,
I
by
feel
the
like
way.
these are just some
We're like, oh, this is gonna
unfortunate
be fun.
games.
It's just like Blinks like moving
I
around
feel
the
like
crabs. The crabs are like, with their little claws up.
I feel like we're just getting some unfortunate games. I feel like the crabs are actually good. This isn't cope. They're just not in the right matchup yet. You just got to wait for them to get the right matchup. And
the right matchup is when the other player also has crabs.
yeah. It's no crabs this time. I'm sad.
2 base to 2 base right now. Again, guys, this is a best of 7, by the way. Just a reminder.
Yep.
We don't have all the fancy overlays for every part of the tournament here, so you're just going to have to kind of tune in. It's kind of like an old-timey radio esports cast, you know?
Let's just turn the thing black in just a second. You're only
we're
going to listen to us.
Yeah, we're going to have this just in black and white because this was esports before there was color TVs. So. All right, so it's Wasps. I feel like I have a hard time saying that.
I literally was just going to say the same thing.
Wasps?
Wasps.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not a...
Wasps.
Yeah.
Hey, Pickle. Oh, my God.
Okay, so it's already at third base. Did Theory overextend, though? He tried to dart in. He tried to get some damage off. A counterattack's going to come out here, but the Wasps are already looping around.
Yeah, he's just buying as much time as possible. I mean, you just have to keep the Blink player on the back end as much as you can. It's going to be a fast tech, though, from Percival. No third base just yet. It's going to be Destroyer Mortar. A very good composition overall. Definitely going to be good against the Destroyer King Crab that Theory has if he decides to go to Foundry, which I would expect him not to. Yeah, okay, good. We're going Starforge for the Stingers, which is a bit more expected. However...
he's actually stuck out here.
Yeah.
This isn't like a recall moment where you could just send him back home. They're just surrounded.
Yeah, I like how Theory was also moving the other pack of Wasps up to the top to potentially predict where the Blink was going to happen or also help with the reinforcements. And this is a great trade now for Theory, getting on top of so many Blinks. We'll be able to kill so many of them off, and now all the reinforcements streaming across the map is going to really put a lot of pressure on Percival, as all of the Wasps are going to go over to the left side. They're going to go into the third base. They're going to attack the Wasps over on this side, too. It's just non-stop Wasps going to be going absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, that third base is taking a lot of damage. The mortars are going to be coming up. Looks like they could maybe save this in time. Will the Wasps dive in? No.
That's a good play. I feel like we've gotten a pretty good advantage so far as Theory. We don't need to just throw it away to try and kill one mortar in the beginning of the game.
Don't overextend, right? So the mortars are out, but Butterfly Tech is available. We've got Stingers moving across the map here as well.
This is interesting because I feel like Stingers are also just not that good versus mortars, so I'm kind of curious how these engagements are going to go. And we're just going to send it as Theory. Not expecting that. He's going to try to target down. No, he's not. The stingers got targeted down from Percival.
Yeah.
Holy Jesus, that went so bad.
I'm a little bit stunned when he attacked in there.
I am too. I didn't think he was just going to dive in so quickly
Maybe he
like
is.
that.
Now, wait, does the mortar target the stinger first?
I don't think. No,
I don't think it does.
He did that on. He focused.
So he manually did it. Uh-oh, gamer alert.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
I thought Theory, the way he was diving, I thought he was the one that was going to try to target the mortars with his stingers, but it was then the opposite, where the mortars were targeting the stingers, and they just absolutely evaporated because they also are small units, so the mortars will absolutely evaporate them. So. Yeah, that was a bit of a strange engagement out of Theory, not going the way he wanted for sure, and he's really just kind of stuck in the same composition, just going to try to go for a bigger flank this time. We'll see if it ends up working as he's going to get on top of some of the mortars in the back, but they kill them so slowly. Not even going to get one on the back. Only one in the front is able to actually get killed off, and this third base is looking forfeit.
This is probably over. There's a fourth base that's up. It is expendable if the other player has already lost their third. I gotta say, I mean, Percival just looks very good, but a lot of this was a really bad attack here from Theory, honestly.
Yeah, and I think the composition overall is just not really working for him very well. The decks are not favoring him. He's kind of, his Foundry is completely countered, and his Starforge is also completely countered. Like, this is just not a good situation for him. A nice little flank here, but it's just not enough. There's nothing here. Percival with a quick 3-0 lead in this best of 7 is not what I was expecting, to be honest. I thought he was going to definitely put up a good fight, but not this much of a fight.
Yeah, this is kind of wild. I mean, I was... I hope it's not a 4-0.
That would be wild.
I was ready for a longer,
kind
of dramatic series. It does seem like some of Theory's decision-making is a little bit off. Like, I don't know what the rationale was when he hit that third base with the mortars there.
F it, we ball. That was the that was the rationale.
Like, he came in there and clearly he had him hotkeyed. I mean, you could just, like, I do this too when I have destroyers. Even though they'll default onto like king crabs, for instance, I will still make sure I target the right king crabs.
Yeah.
Because if I have the right split of damage, I just win. But yeah, maybe Theory in practice games where he does that, his opponent's not targeting that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Theory also took a little bit longer to get into the lobby, so he might be switching up his deck. I think I would be surprised if he runs the exact same thing after that. I really think we do need a bit of a switch up here from Theory. Both of them are ready, so we're going into that potentially final game of the series.
Yeah, fingers crossed it's not, guys. This is game 4 here in a best of 7. The winner will be in the finals of the Tassel Tussle 2. Tassel Tussle 2.
And so that way the third is called what again?
Tassel Tussle Trois.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can do that. I think we can roll with the whole French
pronunciation. Well, the previous one was just Tassel Tussle Uno, actually.
Yeah. Tassel Tussle Juan.
Juan? What is Juan?
Juan, like one shot.
Oh, sorry. I only know Uno.
That's okay.
I don't know. I'm sorry. Well, what do we have here for compositions? We have Blink and Blink Hunter. On both sides. And then we have Mortar. The Starforge tech is different. But it is Mortar Destroyer on both sides here, too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Coco, as well. No Juan Deegs out of Tasteless here, I think. That's okay. Yeah, so we did have the switch up as well with the Mortar Destroyer. So matching that is definitely going to put Theory in a better situation if the mid-game goes that way. It's going to be a Starforge tech coming out of Percival first, so we'll see what the response is from Theory. He did go for the faster third, so it's going to be a little bit while before he can actually afford his tech, so we'll see how this ends up working. Yeah,
usually you can get your tech up here to deal with things in time. It could be a little bit close. Meanwhile, Blink versus Blink over here. Hard to say if one player is really winning this right now. It does seem like their supplies are basically the same. Maybe a little bit more damage over here onto some of Percival's units, but the dive in is pretty sick.
Not expecting that, and I don't think Theory was either.
Well, this actually could just cost you, and I feel like we're seeing Theory try to push in a moment where Percival definitely just has more. And, you know, one of the things with blinks is that as they blink away, you can just blink into them even harder.
We also had a lot of Blink Hunters being made in anticipation for the potential Dragonflies, or we're doing that thing where we're trying to min-max the amount of units we can get again, but it's like, it was only Blink Hunters versus Blinks for a little bit there, and the snowball is so huge. Is Theory just going to lose to a 2-base blink into Stinger?
He could. I mean, the reality is that if you lose a certain number of units at the start, things can snowball. It certainly happened to me in my games early on. It seems like he just barely has enough damage, and while the deeper he gets, the more likely it is that Theory can fight back. The Stingers come in, and the Stingers can basically be microed in a way where they can deal damage, and as they're being hit, run away again.
Yeah, this is just excellent micro out of Percival, honestly. He's choosing the excellent moments, the perfect moments to go for these huge blinks, diving in. The focus fire onto the Stingers is trying to get done by Theory, but he can't even really kill them off quick enough because he's got mostly Blink Hunters instead of regular Blinks in this army composition. This third base surely forfeit. The whole series might be forfeit as he's continually getting blinked on. The Stingers will not die. The DPS out of them is absolutely insane. And Theory is in shambles trying to defend absolutely everything as he's got no units on the back end. This is absolutely a 4-0.
He can just rally right up to this spawn location. GG, there's no way to stop that.
Oh my god.
Brilliant tug-of-war fight between those two guys. It did seem like over time we basically just had these small engages from Percival that kind of built up and then built up more. And then eventually, remember everybody, we were watching the push come in there, and it was the third base that was trying to be defended by Theory. There was no third base yet for Percival. Percival was teching into those Stingers.
Yep.
And, the deeper you get in, I said this when the fight was happening, but the further in you get, the closer you are to their reinforcement point. But right when it seemed like maybe this was the moment Theory can hold, the Stingers get in and do the damage.
Yep. It was well timed, and I think it was mostly, I think, an overextension out of Theory. I think he just maybe was not expecting the rest of the reinforcements coming from Percival, and he kind of committed to that middle engagement a little too hard when the rest of his reinforcements were a bunch of Blink Hunters and not regular Blinks. So then once his normal Blinks got thinned out, it was just only Blink Hunters dealing with a whole army of Blinks that were still alive. Yeah. And then you also have the third base behind that as well, so you're just, in general, having less units. So then the snowball just gets way too difficult to deal with.
Yeah, well, I got to say, kind of a bummer of a series. I really hoped that Theory would put up a better fight, but we've got one guy in the finals now, Percival.
Yep. We could have a Korean versus Korean finals as well if Parting ends up winning his series, so that could be kind of interesting. Koreans just destroying every RTS possible.
Isn't Theory in America? It's really late here. Yes, Theory is in America. I think in Los Angeles. So what time would that be for him? Let me check my phone.
It's probably like, what, 1 a.m. or something like that?
I think later than that. Let's see here. In L.A. Oh, you're right. Very good.
I'm so smart.
No, it's 12:57 a.m. You were off by 3 minutes.
So bad.
I am actually going to plug my phone in over there. Guys, we're going to go to a commercial break. I guess we'll just do it when we go to the break.
That's a good idea.
Check out tastelessthreads.com. We've got all sorts of great merch that I think you guys would enjoy. RTS, esports, gaming-related stuff. We're going to be running an ad break here. When we come back, it's going to be Parting versus Trigger.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait.
We'll see you guys in a little bit. Thanks for sitting through these ads and supporting the stream. Yo.
Hello.
Did I scare you? Welcome back, everybody. We're going to go into the Parting versus Trigger match. And, God, I hope it's not as one-sided as the one we just casted. I was kind of just getting settled into these matches. We had a really strong start here, some really close games. And it feels like the further along we get, the more brutally one-sided it has become. Pretty big upset there. Not that Theory lost necessarily, but that it was a 4-0.
Yeah.
I kind of assumed that we were just going to have like a Theory Parting final, like I have casted many times before. Anyways, Parting versus Trigger. Two guys in Korea right now. Obviously, I think Parting kind of overshadows Trigger just as far as, you know, history and accomplishments. But Trigger's a really good player. He's very scary. I would not count him out. I feel like the landscape is shifting very quickly here in Battle Aces. And, yeah, let's see what happens. Best of 7. The winner will go up against Percival in the finals of the Tassel Tussle. Dude.
Oh, all right. It's Wasp with Blink coming out again from Parting. So we'll get this little interesting flex pick coming out yet again. Whereas Trigger's just going to be sitting on the Blinks. So we'll see if he's able to defend the Wasp Blink a little bit better than some of the other players have so far.
Okay. For now, the Wasp's accumulating outside here. Trigger, you know, it's going to be a bit of a slow start here.
I was going to say, I was kind of finding it interesting that Parting's actually running Heavy Hunters. I feel like we haven't really seen Heavy Hunters.
I'm actually so glad you pointed that out. I wasn't looking.
Like
I kind of assumed that
he
we
did
were
this
just
one of the other series too, and I feel like Heavy Hunters were actually so broken when they in the first phase and everyone was running them earlier.
Yeah.
But then they got changed a little
pair them
bit.
with mortars and you just wouldn't die.
Yeah, they changed them a little bit, but haven't really been used much since then. But Parting actually still throwing them in his deck is kind of interesting. So I'm curious to see if that ends up playing out. Well, we're going to go into the mineral line as just honestly evaporating it pretty quickly with a lot of the Blinks not actually able to trade that well versus the Wasps. I feel like that was way more damage than Parting should have been able to get there. It was like almost a whole worker line.
Yeah, kind of crazy to see him get in there and get that much damage off. Meanwhile, the third is going to start to have it populated with workers soon. Nobody's started a definitive tech path yet. It's Tier 1 versus Tier 1. Blink Wasp versus Blink Hunter. So I do think Blink Wasp is going to be basically better than Blink Hunter. So I do feel like this really kind of forces you to be very defensive. Would you agree with that? Is there a way that you could kind of overwhelm them if you're both on Tier 1 tech with Wasp Blink?
I feel like the Wasp Blink could find an opening if the other player is not paying attention properly. But you have no real room as the Blink Hunter guy to be able to actually do anything. You're fully on the defensive in this scenario. And you can see Parting just trying to shove it into the third base where half of the army is situated. You can see Trigger's kind of having a hard time moving his units in position to be able to defend against this as they got stuck in an awkward position trying to defend into the natural as well, but not actually needing to go there. A lot of the Wasps getting killed off, which will actually force Parting back. Only half damage done onto the core. And that actually was a pretty good defense, all things considered, from Trigger.
So the counter plays here. Trigger wants to try to put some pressure on. Parting, you know, at this point in time, drinking in so many more resources because his workers have gone untouched. The edge of being the player with the Wasp in the deck. A small counterattack's getting set up here in the south. Looks like there is a spotter Blink or Blink Hunter. Yep.
Oh, it's just
the
skirting
blind
the
spot.
edge.
Oh,
Did he actually see it? I think he did. Okay, he sees it now. We'll be able to respawn just in time. That would have been insane if he actually got it through. Big attack going into the third base as well, trying to jump on top of everything. The Blinks doing pretty decently by themselves, actually. The Wasps just getting absolutely evaporated here. The Blink line of Parting gonna get blinked on as well. Trigger doing an excellent job on this defense.
This is insane. I mean, he's going to be able to push across the map now, right?
Surely. I mean, that's the other good thing with Blink is that you can snowball it a little bit with the actual bonus movement speed and the forward Blink potential. So you can very easily just get right across the map. But I don't necessarily think that Trigger has to, because there's still no tech from either player. He's been winning all these engagements so hard leading up to this. His army's only going to get bigger at this point, so there's actually no real reason for him to go for such an aggressive move just yet, waiting to just get a bigger army, and he's going to actually go for it just now. And this is going to be, I think, very difficult for Parting to hold.
Yeah, well, Parting's been floating 3K blue right now, but, I mean, I don't know what he can spend it on exactly to fix the situation.
He literally can't. None of these things cost it.
Yeah. Well, he was never able to tech up. I think Trigger's going to close this game out here. Wow, dude. GG.
Nice. 0 tech. Unneeded, as Trigger is able to find a first game victory.
Trigger played a really good game. It seemed like Parting, you know, he had some momentum there. He was looking pretty good. And, you know, eventually it didn't pan out. Kind of weird how his resources got so heavily... is it blue called energy, or do we know what it's called yet?
I have no idea, but I found it so funny when we said we called it
the red source is David, and the blue resource is Kim.
That's what I keep thinking in my head.
He had too much Kim.
Too much Kim, not enough David.
Kim, yeah.
Who am I winning? Parting and
you got to spend your David and your Kim correctly.
It's matter and energy.
Yeah.
No,
All Kim, no David.
It's David and Kim. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Chat, you guys don't
Chat's
understand.
like, red is matter. I'm like, you guys.
You know what
don't
matters?
know anything about this game at all.
It's the fact that it's made by David Kim. That's what matters.
That's. Way to tell him, Jim.
Thank you. No problem. I'm in control of the stream.
I can't believe Trigger won that first game. This is quite the upset. And now we're going to go into game 2. See? Think I'd lie to you? Didn't believe me?
Everyone believes you.
Well, just in case they didn't, now they know. We are going into some recalls here for Parting. This is the same composition from the last game here for Trigger?
Trigger, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember every unit, but I think it's the same exact deck. Yeah.
Is Trigger number 1 on Ladder Rainbow? I didn't know that.
He is, yeah.
I stand corrected. I had no idea.
He's at like 10K plus. It's crazy.
Well, it makes sense with how his games are going here. All right, so Blinks in 2 different directions, 3 on each side, are going to try to come back here. Remember that I think Blinks, they can kind of hang versus recalls.
A little bit if
Yeah.
you micro them, but once the recalls actually get on top, then they will start to trade much better. So you have to be very, very careful with the Blinks. You can get in, get some nice damage, try to get a little poking here and there, and the mobility will help them to trade better. But if you just want to do a straight-up engagement, you're definitely going to be favoring the recalls. Also teching straight into Mammoth and Butterfly as Trigger on 2 base, whereas Parting going for the fast 3rd. So we'll see if we can find any timing windows where Parting will be techless.
Well, he's continuing to put this pressure on here. Trigger is going to be coming in with Mammoths, I think, in a second, with the option of Butterflies as well. Obviously, for those uninitiated, recalls don't shoot up, Blinks don't shoot up. You need recall hunters or blink hunters. I think a lot of people learn that the hard way. You see something with a gun, you just assume, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Surely.
Just look up.
Yeah, just
Are you
lay on your
stupid?
back and fire up.
All right, here come the Mammoths. Going to try to break down this 3rd base as best they can. Also going to section off these Blinks to try and do some harassment on the left and try to force a recall. And it will force every single unit to recall. And then we can just blink away and then just get all of our other units right on top here. The other recall is not quite enough in number, but the rest of the... Okay, there we go. Getting everything in together. We'll try to defend against this. The focus fire onto the Mammoths can be pretty decent with the recalls, but as you can see, eventually you'll have to actually fight the Blinks too, and then it can get a little bit awkward, but the DPS still very good. And now the advanced recalls coming in, this is going to start to swing for Parting.
Yeah, I think so. Those advanced recalls are a little bit slow, but it's going to make a situation where Trigger's going to have to try to kite as best he can.
Yeah, the advanced recalls honestly are actually pretty good in the actual straight-up engagements. They shoot very fast, I believe, so they actually can DPS pretty quickly. You can see they got the little double pistol things, so they deal a lot of damage very quickly. And we do have a butterfly, actually. So there's a single butterfly tickling these units with no anti-air available to them.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I've seen this a couple times here. Just one butterfly. You know, one butterfly is enough, especially when things are this tight on both sides. One butterfly can just do enough damage that it kind of swings the fight.
Yeah, or it at least forces them to go away, and you don't really have to invest that much in the defense. You just put one out there, and then it's forcing them all the way back home, and now you've saved all of your Kim to be able to buy something else later.
I just read there's butterfly versus hunter fight in the center. I didn't see that.
Wait, where?
Oh, just DeWalt said in chat. I just noticed that over there.
Oh.
It's still 2 base versus 3 base. Here's one butterfly.
Here I am. See, is this annoying? Come look at me, please.
It's
Don't-
funny
don't
how much
defend.
this little like kind of cove area of high ground is used for the flying units.
Yeah. I quite like the map, honestly. I never feel like I'm complaining about maps in StarCraft all the time, but I've never complained about this map.
Yeah, it's a pretty well designed map. I'm curious if they're gonna have more or just this one.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the time being, it just seems like Trigger wants to try to press in somewhere and do some kind of damage. He's not really able to do it. I mean, all Parting has to do is basically sit. It's 172 supply to 96 for some perspective, with Parting massively in the lead right now.
Yeah, this...
To the point, I don't think Parting needs to do anything other than just run the clock.
Yeah, I also just realized that Trigger is on 2 bases this entire time. And his opponent has a bigger army than him. And a 3rd base. Like, Parting is winning in every situation.
Up at the top, we've got a lot of butterflies coming through here. This may be the Hail Mary play from Trigger to try to make something work. It's going to get spotted by the one spotter recall right out there.
Well, this is actually kind of decent because this is actually not scouted, I think. I don't think he actually saw it. These butterflies, they kill bases so fast. It's like really deceiving how quickly they kill these things. They don't look like they should do a lot of damage. And even in the past beta, they also didn't really do that much. But now they are anti-big. And so they just absolutely annihilate them. It's actually insane. So now it's on an equal base count.
And the thing is, you can just get to this point where you have so many, you kind of strong-arm them in the fight, you know?
Mm-hmm. This was kind of unexpected here because there's only a few recall hunters here. Not ready to deal with that initially. We'll be able to potentially sneak them away to get over to the second base.
Not only that, I mean, you know, even if recall hunters, you know, can be good versus butterflies, if you just have enough, you know, you can win the fight so quickly because of how much damage they do. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. They're so slow. They're trying to chase. Come back here. I will kill you eventually.
Recall hunters, it's pretty rough, man. They are pretty bad at at chasing stuff. Like, you can kind of just always choose to not engage with that.
Oh my god. Absolutely everything getting recalled to defend against this.
You know, if the game, we may end up with our first game that finishes, you know, on time and not on someone conceding or getting their main structure killed. But, you know, if you lose on time, it's because they mine more resources.
And also, it depends on units killed, actually. Also gets added into that, so yeah. Overall, Parting,
but I mean, Parting would win that.
Yeah, in
Parting's
the lead with that.
throwing down 5 bases here, just being like, I don't care.
Oh, that's so sick. He did that so that he could just recall around with his hunters. That's so crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I love that. He just gets a forward recall point. That's so interesting. And then he can just go right here. That's awesome.
Ooh,
oh, my God. That died
up?
fast. Well. Oh, and he just recalls to a spot that's still in the middle of the map. I love that.
Yeah.
That's so interesting.
It's like he uses his base as a launching pad, effectively.
Yeah, this is so sick. And then he can just come right back home. Boom. You can't defend. You can't attack me.
2 minutes and 45 seconds left here.
Wank.
Butterflies are doing some work, but, you know, Parting's...
Is he gonna kill both of these? I think he can.
I think he will, yeah. Oh, well, hold on.
Oh, that's a lot of recall hunters now. We do have a lot out of Parting. His army supply is pretty big, but Trigger's is actually bigger. What is it in? How much do these butterflies cost in supply? I feel like that has to be where all the supply is. No, not on here. It does in the game, but yeah, I mean, his army is gigantic, but it feels like Parting's army has been the bigger army this entire time. Oh my god, this fight is happening on such a large amount of the screen over here. We're just going back and forth, bouncing between these two bases. The recall is just going out non-stop here. Just going to be constant butterflies and constant blinks. And finally, we're going to have an engagement. All the recall is getting on top of this army from Trigger as he's trying to just go back and forth continuously, trying to find any opening that he can. But the recall cooldown is so low that it's very easy for Parting to just keep going back and forth.
Parting has just put himself in such a comfortable spot here. It's kind of incredible, but I'm still blown away at what Trigger's been able to do back here. I think this should be the final moments here of the game, as finally the entire army here of Trigger is going to get flattened. Parting still at 150 supply. There it is. GG. Great game, Parting. Definitely reasserting his dominance there. Tying this up 1-1 in this best of 7.
Yeah, it was. It looked a little deceiving, I think, the army supplies, because I feel like it is the butterflies that are just... They're flying high.
5 supply.
5 supply, though. Yeah, okay, that makes so much sense. Wow, I had no idea they were that expensive.
How much is a cat bus?
Let us knock them over.
10 supply?
Wow. How much are recalls? Yeah, only 2.
2
okay.
supply.
Yeah, so yeah, the number was definitely... The soup
What
was
is the
lying.
recall at? 2 supply.
Yeah.
We hunt together.
2 supply. Okay. I've never actually checked the supplies on any of these.
Ace is just like clicking, oh,
Oh.
3 supply.
Let's click on
Oh,
each of the units in the game before we start game
6
3.
supply. Oh. Oh. 5 supply.
This is fun. This is fun. We're going into game 3 now. This best of 7. Remember that Percival waits the victor between these two, and what we thought would be a one-sided match here. We thought Party would probably dominate. He did dominate in the last game, but Trigger did take game number 1. Trigger currently ranked at the top of the ladder, looking pretty fearsome. We're waiting for Party to join our game now.
And there he is.
And there he is, beautiful Parting. One of my favorite pro gamers in the whole world.
He's so funny.
He's a lot of fun to hang out with. You know, it's funny, when you get pro gamers, there really isn't like a certain personality or archetype other than a person who's willing to just sit down and grind out a game for very long. But Parting's actually a lot of fun to hang out with. Very funny, very smart.
Very quick-witted, even in a different language, I would say.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He's just like one of those guys that just kind of understands comedy. He just kind of understands comedic timing and things. And
He does,
even
yeah.
on his stream and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He just kind of does things that others don't. All I can remember is that one time when he got a Twitch chatter pointing out the roll of toilet paper behind him. And then he just kind of blankly stares and laughs and doesn't even say a word, and then just
Moving on.
walks away, walks over and throws it off camera, and then comes back to his PC.
So this game, it's Blink versus Recall again, parting with recalls. And, I mean, it's going to be a game where that Tier 2 tech from Trigger is going to come here. It's going to be Crusaders and Shockers. And right now, it's just about parting, you know, trying to keep as much of his resources safe and protected. The Blink player can basically always try to outmaneuver the Recall player. And he might have just done that here. He's going to come in here and do a decent amount, probably taking off about 10% of the HP on this expansion. And then maybe try to set up the same maneuver again.
I do like that we do have a Shocker transition coming out of Trigger. I feel like we have not seen a lot of Shockers in any of these games, actually. And I feel like all the Shocker units are very good. Recall Shockers, I think, are really good. Just regular Shockers are good. Swift Shockers are also very good. And versus all these players that are going for such high core armies, like they're getting so many core units, I feel like we should just be going for a lot of Shocker-type units, and that is exactly what we have coming out of Trigger, so I'm very curious to see how well this is able to do against Parting. Also, a couple of Crusaders in the front to help kind of just have a nice little front beefy line here to make it really difficult for the Recalls to get close.
Oh, I love the microing of the Crusader away. It's so good. And Trigger's going to be able to shut down the space. I think this push has completely succeeded. Will he throw down an expansion of his own? Meanwhile, Parting teching into optional Dragonflies and advanced Recalls here.
Which is interesting because, of course, the Shockers are going to be totally fine against the advanced Recalls as well. It's going to have to be Dragonflies, and there they do go. So it's going to be needing to get some Blink Hunters separated, and there they do run away over to the natural, as that's the most, the most likely spot, not into the middle of the clouds, but over here into the natural base, and those Blink Hunters will meet them and we'll be able to shoot them away. Some damage getting done pretty decently onto that worker line, but not such game-ending damage just yet from those Dragonflies. I'm very wanting to see how these Shockers end up continuing to do in these main engagements, because I really like this play, but it's a fast cat bus transition as well coming from Parting.
The old cat bus coming in here again. A great way to try to turtle on 2 bases and tech into something that they may not have a solution for in a little bit. The Dragonflies are going to come through here and just mow down so many of these important units. Dragonflies are so fast, and so, you know, these slower units, I have a hard time catching up. The recalls are going to wrap around here from the bottom. A lot of workers have been killed off, going up into the main now. Look at this setup here from Parting. I mean, he's just hitting so many spots at once.
Yeah, I do love that he used those to target down the Shockers.
This does not work, right?
Actually going to get this?
No. Is this a win more move?
Oh, my God.
It's not going to work.
He's
not going to get it. He's not going to. No!
Oh, Parting. Oh, no. That was a miscalculation.
Well.
I mean, here's some cat buses.
All right. It's okay. He's got cat buses.
Would have been way better if he got that core.
4 cat buses might be the number, by the way, where you can like really do a lot of damage with this. The problem is that he would have been in such a better spot if he had just not used those recalls to do that.
Yeah, he could have just recalled back home at any point and just
had
a whole army of recalls with these cat buses, but instead he's got none.
Oh my God! That's run. Yeah. Now one thing about cat buses is they're not going to be good at getting away against blinks.
It's actually deceiving because it's hard to see exactly how many Blink Hunters and just regular Blinks there are.
That's one thing with this game I have a hard time telling when I'm in fights is I'm like, I know that Blink Hunters are down there.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many there are.
Yeah. They do look quite similar.
Yeah, now you can see they're separated from the group, so it's obvious.
Yeah, they have the little ring circles.
They got little halos.
Yeah. I guess they have, these ones have 2, the Blink Hunters only have 1.
Oh my God.
Gonna get on top of these recalls, kill them all off. The game is over. Nice.
All right. Well, that game, a bit more of a parable about doing win more moves than anything else. We did have the attack there from Parting, I think initially looking so good, and then he just kind of threw everything onto the second base. Look, maybe he would have lost that game anyways, but
I don't know if he would have, because I feel like if you just have the recalls with the cat buses, then they can't just get jumped on that easily, and you have a little bit more leeway.
The cat buses are good because they can be microed pretty easily. I guess maybe blinks are probably the best in microing against them. But then if you have recalls underneath them, you know, it's one of these death ball armies where, like, you know, the air units are doing their job and the ground units below it are covering them, and it makes it pretty easy to win.
Yeah.
So that is 2-1 then, Trigger, right? 2-1 right now versus Parting.
Yes, that is correct.
And we're going to confirm that Parting's ready to go.
And they are.
For those of you who are new to the channel, please follow. We'll be doing more content like this down the road at the Tassel Tussle Trois. Oh, no, do. Sorry.
We're not at Trois just yet.
Tassel Tussle Cinco. Now, this game, it's going to be recalls and wasps. We saw this before. Versus Blink Hunter. Now, we've had 2 different styles with recall wasp. We've had it where you go for 2 base and tech up, but we've also had it where you go for 3 base and just keep pushing, which I really like 3 base push. I don't know how strong it is exactly versus Blink, because I guess Blink makes the position a little bit slippery. Like, they can just kind of blink away, and you may be overextended. But let's see how he approaches this. One of the best parts about casting a game that's new like this is I get to basically just look at people 10 times better than me and kind of try to figure out their thought process and how they're approaching this.
Yep.
So it is a 3rd base. Will this be a push, or does he tech behind it?
From which side are you asking?
I was looking at a Parting side. I guess no matter what, he can tech because he's not going to be spending blue on anything, come to think of it.
Yeah. I guess... Let's see. I wonder what he's going to go for. I feel like we're going to just keep going into the Starforge. I feel like, yeah. I don't think he wants to be going into the Foundry battles here. He's even just expanding again, not teching just yet. So he's really just going to sit on this.
I feel like we never see people tech Or sorry, triple X scope before tech. That's wild.
Yeah.
But I guess, you know, he saw Trigger hadn't done anything yet. Trigger has started Destroyer Mortar. Destroyer Mortar is an extremely common composition. So that's, you know, not shocking. Going for that Foundry tech. Parting has gone for Starforge. So he has Dragonfly and Advanced Recalls.
Yeah, I'm still so curious what these advanced recalls are actually doing. We can see that they do kind of swing the fights pretty decently just in some straight-up engagements, and they can kill the bases quite quickly, so still kind of learning exactly how well those do in the actual fights. I feel like you're not going to be able to jump on a bunch of mortars, though, with them, and I feel like he also is doing this just so he can get to cap buses as well, I think, is the bigger thing. I wouldn't actually be surprised if he just super techs right into cap buses right away.
He's going to try to move in now. And this is that push I was talking about. Came a little bit later than I expected, but the kind of recall wasp push. But the wasps are gone. When the wasps go away, so do the recalls. They need to pull back home. He does drive that back. You know, it always seemed like with the way this game was developing, a push from the mortars was going to be an inevitability. I see 2 mortars. I've heard a lot of people say that, you know, 3 seems to be a great number to have. Usually after that, there's destroyers, but I don't think he wants to make them this time around because dragonflies are in the map. The dragonflies have come through here. They could even target down these mortars.
The blink forward, though, from the blink hunters trying to get on top of them to save the mortars. Will trade out all the dragonflies for the mortars. Is this actually a decent play from Parting? He's left with very little on the ground. The recall advanced recall is trying to come in to defend. Is it actually enough?
Dude, advanced recalls are so good. I do not understand this unit.
Yeah, they're actually getting so much damage done.
They don't look tough at all, by the way.
They don't do bonus damage versus core units either, which is the crazy thing. So you're expecting them just to do normal damage, but they just actually rip through everything. I thought Party was about to just instantly lose when all the dragonflies suicided.
I thought the same thing. All right, he's going to have the mortar siege up over here. Now remember that even if this base is killed, they're going to be even on bases.
I think Parting's still in a pretty rough spot because obviously then his dragonfly attempt didn't fully work because he doesn't have any left over now. So now the reinforcing mortars are not able to get jumped on at all. He doesn't have any way to easily get on top of them. He's going to try to trade a base and then recall back home. But this army from... Surely this army is too big from Trigger, but he's going to focus down the mortars. And now the advanced recall is still holding their own. I'm still just so surprised at how good these units are.
Yeah. It's crazy, too, because they're very slow to push.
Trying to get a blink forward from Trigger to get on top of everything. We'll be able to kill off some of these, trying to focus down the advanced recalls as well. Very nice move from him. And now it's basically only the advanced recalls. Look how fast they shoot. Now I'm kind of understanding how they deal all that damage. When I saw it just being them shoot, kind of makes sense. Unfortunately, the numbers are not quite there now.
It's because they got a gun in each hand.
Yeah, man. Double the guns, double the power. Ooh.
You know when you're playing a shooting game and then you see that there's an option to buy 2 pistols in any game, you're like, oh, these suck. These are not good. It's the opposite here in Battle Aces.
Yep.
So this base should be going down. The mortar's going to be hammering away at it, and I don't think the recalls have any real way to kind of get in there and reach it and punish. Trigger on 2 bases is on a rampage right now, about to push Parting onto 1.
And how about 0? That's a GG. Trigger bringing it to Parting 3-1 so far.
Young Trigger taking out
old Parting.
Old man, old bad knees Parting. Wow. Gotta say, I'm kind of stunned.
Speechless even.
I thought that for sure Parting would be in the finals.
Yeah. I think that's just something that
the world is changing.
I mean, that was like when we were at the Stormgate event, too, and we were just like, yeah, Parting's just going to be in the finals. And then he wasn't.
He was not.
And then Probe won the whole thing.
That's
like,
right.
What? Trigger is the Probe of Battle Aces.
Seems like it. Parting, he's not out yet, but he is close. And I got to say, Trigger is making miracles happen here off, like, very low base counts.
Yeah.
Parting was on 4 bases for a long time. And it felt like too long. But Trigger kind of knew where to go. We've also seen a couple flubs here from Parting. 2 base to 2 base right now. Nobody doing a 1 base cheese. It is Blink. Sorry. Yeah, not recall Wasp, but Blink Wasp.
Yep.
Versus Blink Hunter. So if I understand this correctly, I think this is pretty good for partying. It seems like you should be able to both make a couple Blinks and then have these Wasps that come out and kind of tank damage and push in that way.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I'm kind of wanting to try this out myself. I've really never experimented with the double core unit openings. Like I've always had an anti-air.
That's exactly. We're like these middle of the bell curve gamers. You know, where I'm like, well, no, you need anti-air and something to fight the ground.
Yes,
and they're like
double core.
Yeah, and he's either the guy on one side of the bell curve or the other that's going Wasp recall good.
Yeah.
Now, in this game, like any game where you see Wasps, the other player has to kind of stay in between the entrance of the second base and the first base. In this case, Parting goes for a dive, and he's going to be able to take out at least 2 patches worth of workers, maybe even 3. It will be at the cost of literally all the Wasps, I think, because the body blocking was so good by Trigger that he literally, like, basically ping-ponged the Wasps all the way from the bottom and then out through the top.
Yeah, that was a very nice blink from Trigger to be able to block a lot of those. The third base, again, of course, doesn't really get too much damage. Wasps are not very good at that, so the blinks now coming on in for Parting to round this out just a little bit, and we'll see how the engagement starts to swing now that he's got these in the mix as well. They're going to be a little bit better against those bases. He's trying to use the Wasps over on the right side, but Trigger, well positioned, will be able to defend both fronts.
Okay. A little bit more tension building up out here in the middle of the map. A nice moment to have a counterattack if Trigger moves. He's not. He's basically running the clock here. We've got the tech inbound here. Sorry, what is the name of this unit again? Here, this one?
Heavy Hunter.
Heavy Hunter, thank you. This was a unit that was nerfed earlier on, and frankly hadn't really messed with it that much, but it's interesting to see Parting use it. He's the only guy who's really been putting this unit in his deck at all.
Yeah.
Granted, there's units we haven't seen at all either, but it's funny to see, which units are absolutely commonplace and which ones are almost non-existent.
So we're going to have double Foundries coming out for both players, as the Mortar Destroyer is going to be the play for Trigger. And I think that's going to be pretty decent. Actually, I wonder if Parting's even... He's been liking the double techs going into like cap buses and stuff like that. I wonder if he's going to try to go into assault bots, because it seems like they are pretty decent versus destroyers, which is the overall weakness of Crusaders, which are good against the mortars. So I'm curious how this ends up getting. Yep, and it's an instant assault bot transition.
Wow. Okay. So teching to tier 2, right into tier 3. Oh!
That was a crazy blink.
Big blink in there. He's going to regroup back at the third. The Crusaders are here. The Wasps are countering.
How good are these Crusaders going to be at defending the blinks? And
Destroyers, it's 2 shots to kill a Crusader, right?
I believe that is true. I don't see them very often, so I
don't
can't
feel like
test
these Crusaders
myself.
have any role right now, then.
Yeah, they're mostly just to have a beefy line against the mortars. But,
yeah.
I mean, again, Mortar Destroyer is such an insane composition. To having them at the Destroyers at the front makes it so hard to just walk in with with the big melee units. But basically, it's just kind of delaying. They're just trying to buy as much time as possible. He's threatening an attack and making it a little bit more difficult for a Trigger to just walk across the map. Unfortunately, he finally has made his way, but that is when the Assault Bot tech has finally made it. We're even going for a backstab, trying to get some of these mortars on the back end here with all of his units, and then getting enough Assault Bots out on the other side. But we haven't quite started making them as Parting just yet.
Again, you got to stay away from those Destroyers. They will completely wreck the Crusaders. He's going to come in again, eat some more shots. It just seems like Trigger's pushing Parting away in 2 different directions. And by the way, that third base is gone for Parting. I think it was targeted by the Destroyers.
Yeah, the army was able to demelt it pretty quickly. Now we do have the Assault Bots in the mix. We'll see how these end up doing. Don't get to see these units very much either in these engagements.
Oh, my God.
Oh. Look at them go.
No. Well, you know what? I think that it's actually not going to matter.
Yeah.
I think mortars are pretty good.
Mortars are very good.
Look at this. Trigger is on 5 bases.
Jesus.
That's all the bases you can take in this game, Chad. Ooh,
well,
GG.
Trigger with the upset. And then parting throws down the more lessons learned. Wow. Honorable
Wow.
in defeat. Would you look at that?
Look at that. We've got his finals, guys. This will be Percival versus Trigger.
Nice.
This is the like. Wait a minute, am I in the right timeline?
Yeah,
tournament?
yeah.
I thought it was going to be Theory partying in the finals. No, Trigger Percival. Both these guys played really well. It is undeniable that they have completely earned this spot in the finals. Do you think there's one player who's likely to take it over the other?
I mean, both players kind of wiped their series, right?
Yeah.
Like, Percival absolutely mopped Theory. Trigger, I think the first was a little closer versus parting overall, but still overwhelmingly seeming much more in control. So usually, isn't it the rule that if both semis are total one-sided sweeps, then the finals are supposed to be an absolute banger?
That is the rule. That's how the universe works.
It never is any different.
It's never any different. That's why we're here. We know these things. Guys, check out my merch site, tastelessthreads.com. We're going to be on a break running some ads. And when we get back, we're going to have the finals of the Tassel Tussle 2. We will see you guys in a little bit. no, my camera's not on. Hold on. Go back. No.
No.
No, hold on. All right, we're trying again. Ready? Welcome back. Thank you for waiting here at the Tassel Tussle 2. We're here in the grand finals.
Oh, yeah.
What a tournament this has been so far. Neither party nor Theory here in the finals. Instead, it's going to be Percival versus Trigger.
An excellent finals. I'm very curious how this is going to go. I mean, Percival was my big question mark, along with DeWalt, knowing how exactly they're going to be doing in these tournaments.
Yeah.
But it's very cool to see Percival apparently in God mode, just destroying Theory, looking very good. And, yeah, I'm very excited to see what he's going to have to go against Trigger with.
Yeah, it was. It's been very impressive. I'm glad you brought up DeWalt as well. I thought he had a really, excuse me, a really good best of 5, showing a lot of potential. You know, we are going to get, as this game gets bigger and more popular and it's no longer in beta, we're going to have more players, more people showing up, and there's a lot of great players from a lot of different RTS games.
Yep.
I brought this head in here this time. So I just want to tell a quick story. So my girlfriend's a tattoo artist, and she's getting a license to tattoo eyebrows, which means my house is full of doll heads right now, which I didn't explain. Gemini comes into my house, there's like doll heads laying around like this is the beginning of a scary movie. It's like, well, that's weird. I thought we were just going to cast some Battle Aces, but it seems like Nick has human-sized heads all over the place. I feel like I could build one of you out of these, though, Gemini.
Oh, yeah? You think so?
Just put the headset on this. Just get some glasses on. Now put the glasses on. Yeah, and look, I just got a little pen, and I just dot this up, put a little beard on there.
I can't see. I don't know if that's on right.
This is great.
I can't even see what I'm
You can't see? Well, just know it looks exactly like you. It looks like you just shaved.
Thank you.
Here you go. Get your glasses back on here.
It's
funny because I hadn't brought you. You actually asked me about it. Otherwise, you could have just been there and been like, "That's creepy." Nick's
No,
got,
I literally.
he's got doll heads all over his house.
We were like standing around. I think we were eating. We were just on the break,
Yeah.
and then I look down at his table and I just see that thing sitting there. I'm just like, I literally said, "Why is there a head?
Yeah.
Why is there a head on your table?"
It's a good question. It's a fair question. Why is my house filled with these things?
So confused.
So we're ready to get into this game, guys. Thank you for waiting and through our breaks. We are selling Battle. What do we call it? Tassel Tussle 2 T-shirts. If you want to support this tournament, down the road, I'd like to do more of these, assuming it's popular enough. I've really been enjoying the game. So now we're going to go into this best of 9. Not best of 5, not best of 7, best of 9.
It's gonna be sick.
It's going to be great. And I think it's going to be close, too. So Percival, who, I always wondered, how good is he at Battle Aces? I knew he was, like, one of the strong players. I knew he's obviously, as a GSL, StarCraft 2 Pro, it's like, yeah, you're clearly going to be very good. The StarCraft 2 pros especially seem to do very well on other RTS games. But here he is now, and he's up against Trigger, who, number 1 on the ladder. We were talking about this on the break, actually. Like, somebody might say, well, of course the guy number 1 on the ladder is favored.
Yeah.
Sometimes in tournaments it's not really the case. Like, they're a real threat, but, some players are just sparring against each other. They might be getting practice that isn't really reflected in ladder results. So, we're going to go into this. We're waiting for our 2 players to have their proper colors selected. All right.
They are ready.
All right. What's our catchphrase? Let's tussle. Oh, wait, hold on. Wrong button. There we go. Let the tussling begin.
Oh yeah.
Whoa, 1 base versus 2. No, 2 base versus 2.
JK.
Just kidding, guys. Messed up the cast already.
No problem.
It was Percival expanding just slightly later. Sometimes with these openers, there is like a little bit of a game of chicken where you want to see, okay, is this guy gonna, 1 base all in me? In that case, I might want to try to tech myself or expand later, something like that. It's going to be Blink Hunter versus Blink Hunter. And the techs are actually not entirely mirrored. We do have mortars on both sides. This can cause a little bit of gridlock in games. It's hard to push through one guy if you have a no man's land of mortar, just like you would in like a TVT, for instance. Cat bus tech is available here for Percival with dragonflies. Very different tech here from Trigger, having mammoths and butterflies available.
I like the, I don't know if I like it, but I'm just curious about the fact that we do have advanced blinks in Percival's army, along with snipers, both on the advanced foundry tech. A nice little blink in from Trigger is actually going to catch Percival off guard a little bit. Actually going to get a lot of these workers, surprisingly a lot.
This is actually wild how much damage is being dealt over here. He has taken out almost every worker, all but 3. Sorry, no, all but 5. There's 2 at the patch above that have not been killed.
Yeah, very nicely done from Trigger. Suicides a lot of his units to do it, but I think that's a pretty well worth trade, getting that many workers.
Oh, I do want to point out, too, we have snipers on both sides. I thought it was snipers on just one side. So this feels like it could be a pretty tense game where neither player can bust each other if we do go into that double mortar path.
All right, blink forward from Trigger, trying to get on top of these units from Percival. It's pretty even here, though. It's not quite clear who's going to end up winning this, but it looks like Percival will get pushed back for now. I'm very curious what they end up teching into, if they tech at all, because, I mean, like we've said, a couple of these series so far, it's been a lot of core-only games. Surprisingly enough, not much tech from some of the players, so we'll see if either of them actually want to, and we'll have the first tech coming out from Trigger, going into the Foundry for the Mortar Destroyer. And also going to be matched with mortars from Percival. So we're potentially going to have a long stalemate game if neither player end up breaking each other. A little blink to the bottom side trying to get a jump on top of Trigger's army. Will be able to get some of it. And these fights are actually extremely close. It's very hard to see if any of these players is actually coming out on top in these exchanges. They look like just total trades, really.
Yeah, interesting interaction there. Percival, for a little bit on the far right side, has finally kind of maneuvered his army group over to the other side, but it seems like Trigger's just winning. He may be microing better in a way that's almost hard for us to see. He's got hunters and, blinks and blink hunters here. You want to spend some of those blue resources here so you can have just like a little bit more of everything, a bigger army overall, since the blink hunters do cost a little bit less of the red resource. And I think he's still winning this. I mean, this just feels like this tug of war that Trigger is going to take. Percival is getting pushed back. He's going to take advantage of the fact that there is a little bit of the expansion structure itself in the way here. This makes for an uncomfortable angle. It's hard to make a full line of units to attack here. And, you know, this game could possibly be the most straightforward game of the entire tournament. If he can't overpower this, he'll lose. The mortars are going to come up here, but keep in mind, they're blinks. If they're high enough in number, you might be able to just blink on the mortar. And meanwhile, mortars here coming down from Trigger as well, looking to finalize the execution of this base.
Yeah, unfortunately for Percival, a couple of his mortars were actually stuck behind some of his other mortars, so they're quite slow to get to the front lines. And they're still not even in range to shoot down the mortars of Trigger, so he's just going to lose this third base slowly but surely. That's going to get killed off, and now the rotation from the blinks going into the left side, just blinking on top of the rest of the army. He has to be careful. There is a mortar in the back end, so that will do pretty decently there for now. And it looks like Percival is trying to tech straight into snipers to deal with this, but, I mean, sitting on only 2 bases while Trigger is going to be setting up on 4 very soon. This is surely going to be a losing battle.
Oh, he's just going to go right in here and take out these mortars. This should be over. I think you're never going to recover your third base. I think literally every mortar in this game has been killed other than the one at the expansion and this new one on screen now moving out. But yeah, 4 base to 2. No real answer. The tech is going to go up into snipers here for Percival, so he's going to have the ability to push there. The problem is that snipers are kind of slow, and there's a lot of blinks here, so I feel like you could probably just blink into the snipers and kill them, right?
Yeah, the blinks do very good at that. You have to be very careful where you're positioning the snipers. I actually really like snipers. They're kind of a very fun unit to use. They're super slow, but the range makes them very satisfying to actually get them into the right positions. And it's a fun dance to go back and forth to try and keep them alive from getting blinked on and stuff like that. So I actually really like seeing that we're getting some sniper wars in this game particularly. It's a bit unfortunate that Percival is so far behind in the actual game, though. But you can just see how insane the range is from them. The blink forward trying to get done, but it kind of mistimed from Trigger. Wasn't really in the best spot to actually get on top of all of those snipers. The mortar's getting some pretty decent shots as well, so has to be a little bit careful, trying to get a couple of his snipers of his own first, and once those join the fray, I think Trigger will have a nice, easy time eventually pushing this farther back.
So this is, the advanced blink. I'm curious about this unit. I'm not very familiar with it myself. Why would he want this unit in this situation?
Well, it is big, so if they can get through to the mortars, then they could be pretty good. You can blink onto the mortars, and they won't get killed off instantly. But unfortunately, they are also going to get killed off. Or sorry, they're also big in themselves, so the destroyers are pretty decent against them.
Makes sense.
So it's a bit awkward still because there are destroyers in this comp.
Well, we've got 4 bases up now here for Percival. He's done what I thought was impossible. So props to him for that. But he's still in a game of catch-up.
And it looks like Trigger's even just going to kind of run these units up to the top side, both to just threaten this 4th base, but also just kind of maneuver around the top with these snipers. You can see just how insane they are if you're well microing them well. They're just so difficult to actually get on top of. And now that he's got so many of them, he can just ignore. He doesn't even have to make mortars anymore. He can just literally just go full-on sniper because he's got so many of them. There's no way you can get on top of these units.
Ah, man, the pressure on the 3rd is here again. I will say the snipers make it a lot more complicated to advance into this position. The combination of the snipers with the mortars is pretty nice, but there should be enough destroyers here. He takes out that mortar anyways, pushes further in, and I don't think the space can stay alive for much longer.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how good the snipers from Percival are actually doing in these fights. I would have thought that the Trigger was kind of just going to mow over him much easier. Eventually, he's going to get there, but Trigger's getting a little sloppy with a little bit of his micro, running his snipers into mortar range and actually losing them as he tried to snipe down his opponent's snipers. So things getting a little bit close here, but I mean, we're losing still so many units overall, and Trigger's been ahead on the economy this entire time that if he just regroups a little bit, I think he should be totally fine to eventually close this out.
Yeah, Trigger's very close to crossing the finish line here. I'm surprised he hasn't sent even like a couple of blinks up to the top left.
Yeah.
There's really nothing defending there, but I guess a win is a win. And so that's going to be Trigger now taking game 1.
That was game 1 only?
Oh, wait, was that game 2?
Was that game 2 or game 1? Did I forget to update the score?
It must be game 2. What are we saying? Yeah.
Surely it was game 2.
Yeah, game 2. Sorry, chat. I looked over and it said 0, and I'm like, oh, that's weird. I remember casting a game.
Yeah.
Nicely done. GG. Trigger looking so good here. It's wild.
Or wait, was that only game 1? Because they only told me ready once. Oops.
We've casted so many games in a row now.
That was only one game, right? Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that was game 1. It lasted so long,
This
too.
is like
so
a
confusing.
thing. This has happened to me, too, when I've done GSL. Where, like, it'll be a best of 5, and it'll get to game 3, and I'll go, like, that was game 2. Or, all right. So that was game 1. Funny that we both did that.
Yeah, no, I could have sworn we casted another game. That's so weird.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we did have Trigger just recently,
yeah,
right?
I guess so
It's like the games are bleeding together. All right, so we're going to go into game 2 then. This is a best of 9. So you need 5 wins.
Yep. It's a lot of wins.
It's a lot of wins.
It's
also a lot of losses when you lose. This screen.
Let me change this. Whoops. Oh, my God.
This is chaos.
We did it.
All right, so right now, Trigger up 1-0. Plenty more games to be had here.
Oh, a color swap as well from Percival. Going
Yeah.
for the teal. I like it. I like that color. It's very nice. Just blinking back and forth for fun.
So it's Blinks again. We've got Shockers and Crusaders here for Trigger, so a very different looking comp. No mortars, by the way.
Yeah, everyone abandoned them.
But I'm curious how that will impact Trigger's role with the sniper later, if he even goes for that. Excuse me. Cat Bus is a potential play here as well. Percival seems to be the only Cat Bus guy. Although I guess we had a couple games where Party had Cat Bus tech. Yeah.
The Koreans are the Cat Bus people.
Yeah.
Instant tech into Foundry for Percival, going for the Mortar Crusader. And then we have the Starforge from Trigger for Mammoth Butterfly. Trying to think what this interaction will be like then, because it should then... So the Destroyers will be totally fine against the Mammoths, so there's no way you can go Mammoth as Trigger, which means you're just kind of stuck into going Butterflies.
Yeah.
But Blink Hunters are still pretty good versus Butterflies, and Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. It's not even like his extra Starforge tech is good in this scenario either. I guess it might, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what exactly his plan is. Guess we'll see. Could just be a bunch of butterflies and just trying to snipe bases. Oh wait, butterflies, I always forget, they're anti-big, so they're good against Crusaders. I always forget this.
You know, when I look at butterflies, I always imagine them as these units that just kill workers and
Oh,
buildings.
they're also small, so they're also good versus destroyers. Never mind. Okay, so butterflies are just sick, apparently, versus this comp. Dude, I underrate butterflies so heavily. I just keep thinking they're like the old patch where they're just absolute trash.
Because the changes in the game, and you've sort of built up some kind of mental model of how they work.
Yeah.
Hold that thought. We're going to have a big push coming in here. The butterflies are going to be out, so they can hit these Crusaders. He's got to be careful to try to stay away from the recall hunters. In the back, the blink comes in. The butterflies pull away.
Wow, actually keeping the Crusaders alive as well is pretty good from the butterflies. And the blinks focusing down the butterflies will do very good at just snowballing this so heavily, killing off the third base. Percival going for a 2-base all-in with this tech. I mean, Trigger just getting his ankles blown out from under him. He's trying to go for that fast third base with the tech as well.
He's absolutely had his ankles blown out from under him, man.
So true.
Wow,
All
that
right.
was quick.
Yeah.
All right, 1-1.
That's my kind of
Wait,
game.
so what is that, game 5? Like, what are you? Sorry, guys, we don't know what's going on.
Oh, my God.
1-1, tied up.
That's my kind of game, man. I like my 2-base tech all-ins. I really
like it when their
that.
ankles get blown out. What from under? Is that what you said? That's quite a description.
Thank you, dude.
Yeah. So we're gonna go to game 3 now.
His ankles. I'm thinking I like mixed up the two different phrases of like your ankles. You like what is it? You twist your ankle or something.
Yeah,
or,
yeah. Twist your
and
ankle.
You blow out your leg. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
your legs get thrown out from under
Maybe
you.
I've seen. I've seen State do this too when he's casting, where he'll like combine two metaphors to be like a
super metaphor.
some kind of metaphor that doesn't make any sense. Where can you get the APM shirt?
Oh, what
This
a
is
question.
actually a paid actor in the chat. That's not a real person. You can go to tastelessthreads.com, my merch site. Thank you. I'll give you your $20 later. Thank you for asking me that in the finals of the tournament. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the one that State did a couple times when we casted together. It was like he needed to shift gears, but then he like was talking about like taking the wind out of his sails, and so something like he took the wind out of his gears. He said something like that. It actually made no sense.
The sails.
It's just like what? Yeah.
Something that I do very often it's not quite a metaphor, but I just mix up two words that don't make sense together is definitely probably. I will say like, oh yeah, it's definitely probably true, or like that's definitely probably the right thing to do.
Definitely probably.
Which doesn't make any sense.
No, it kind of works,
No,
I think.
it definitely, like, you are 100% not 100%. Like, definitely is you're 100% doing it. Probably is you're maybe doing it.
You could be like,
You're definitely maybe doing something.
Yeah, I guess that's true. All right. No, you're definitely probably right about that.
Thank you. I know.
So it's Wasp versus Wasp. Both guys with Hornets, too. So one thing about Wasp Hornet comps is that they're really punishing if the other guy doesn't have Wasp Hornet. Like or something that can deal with the Hornets in the back. So in this case, I don't think there's going to be too much to be said about this. They're just going to have to tech out of it. Nobody has a clear advantage with this identical comp. We've had a couple games where people go Wasp Hornet, and you can just like chase down and overwhelm players when they start to lose fights.
Well, a couple Wasps getting.
Oh, never mind. He is
out.
going to go for it. I stand corrected. So 4 Hornets are going to come out here. I kind of assume in a game like this, why would you ever try to go for a lead when you're identical? But here we go. Now, the Hornets in the back, they do a little bit of extra damage. A little bit of a better arc here.
Yeah, the rest of the Wasps for Percival are actually segmented over to the right to try and get some harassment damage. And it looks like Trigger anticipated it, but was a little bit late on the anticipation. So they will get into the mineral line. Unfortunately, the rest of the units kind of bashing up against nothing over here. And actually, not many workers even getting killed by those Wasps on the right. So Percival a bit overstepped and now has some stingers that he's got to deal with. But he does have mammoths on the back end as well. And those are, as we know from some of the earlier games that we had today, very good dealing with the stingers, as the stingers do basically nothing versus them. And you're able to really beef out the fight to be just very difficult to actually lose. And now we're going to get a surround attempt from Trigger to get on top of everything. And maybe the Wasp count is just so high that we can just kill off everything anyways.
Yeah.
As the army is huge.
Yeah, the Mammoths are now exposed on the outside. The Stingers really can't be touched here. There's really no way to get back to them. You know, they seem to just be better positioned. And this is going to close this in. This game, I think, is actually done.
Yeah. Oh, Falcons. Hold up.
Not so fast.
Yeah, you're right. They're not very fast.
There's something about the Battle Aces music playing that's like so sick, but then when you have it playing when Falcons are moving really slowly, you're like,
All right. Yeah, this ground army is really just not doing it for Percival here. The Stinger count is a little bit too high at this point.
God, Stingers murder Mammoths. Look at that.
Yeah, I guess if you're allowed to actually get a large amount of them, the Stingers do pretty decent. But if there's enough of a buffer in front of the or behind the Mammoths, then the Mammoths can actually stay alive for long enough. While the S of the stuff is doing a lot of damage. Oh wow, that like blended into the mini map right there. That's a lot of workers. Wow.
Yeah, actually quite a bit of kills there. Maybe Percival still has a shot. The real issue is that the Stingers are too fast for the Falcons to ever deal with, and there's really no way to protect a third and a natural expansion with the comp that he's got. Is this more Mammoths here? He has 2 more Mammoths, but again, I feel like it's just a failing composition versus this.
Yeah. He's going to try to target down some of those Falcons, but doesn't quite get it. But, I mean, the army size in general is just so insane right now for Trigger. I guess there are a couple more extra Mammoths coming in, so you got to be a little bit careful. You got to actually trim down the Wasp count before he can take a full engage. And he will start to try and do that. As you can see, he's not really actually going for the full fight just yet. He's really just kind of trying to get these Wasps to go a little too far forward, kills them off, and then tries to go in for a big swooping attack, getting on top of absolutely everything is Trigger, and the army is melting for Percival. And so are his hopes for this game, as it's going to be a 2-1 so far for Trigger.
GG. Young Trigger. Looking so good. Showing so much promise. Great game by him. Definitely seemed to understand that deck matchup very well.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, it's funny for us. I'm sure for you guys at home, like you're probably running certain comps if you've been in the beta, and so like some of these matchups, I go, oh, okay, I kind of know this. I've played, you know, with these units, or I've struggled to beat this, and then like for instance, Stingers, I don't really use, but they seem to be extremely strong.
Yep. I think provided that you just don't have enough like backline to be able to DPS with the Mammoths, then they can do a pretty good job. And if you obviously can get enough of them alive, then obviously that's going to be good. They seem to be a bit of a critical mass unit, where just a few of them don't really do too much, but once you get like 6, 7, 8, then it's like super insane.
Well, they're so fast as well when you pair them with Wasps, where it seems like you just chase down everything. You know, it's funny, like when I was looking at Wasps, I didn't like them as much just because they didn't scale as well, but it kind of doesn't matter because they just get in the way and let your bigger units deal damage or surround retreating units. And so you kind of snowball advantages in that sense.
Yep.
Okay, we're waiting to get Percival into the game here. We're going into Game 4. I think we might need to run one more break after Game 5 just so we don't get bumped by ads.
True. All right. Wonder if he was swapping out his deck or anything. Curious to see if we have any differences.
They can change their deck after every match they play. Obviously, this game, you know, it's in beta right now, so I don't make the rules for tournaments, but I could imagine. Sorry, wrong button.
Oop.
I could imagine a world where you could have deck bannings or banning certain units from decks. You know, you could have something like they have in Dota, where you know there's pick bans.
I really did want to kind of experiment with that a little bit because I feel like there are a lot of opportunities for that play, for that type of format to have interesting plays in the games, because obviously then it kind of forces you out of certain things, forces different units into the meta that maybe wouldn't have been used as much comparatively. So yeah, I'm curious to see what kind of pick ban phase meta maybe evolves in some of these tournaments, because I think there's a lot of room for that. So
this game, identical comps to start. sometimes I say, like, well, it probably won't lead into anything, but we have seen games where it's like this guy's going to try to come across here, just kill a couple workers and leave. Take that advantage. All right, this is a game, by the way, both sides have mortars. It's going to be Dragonfly versus Butterfly. Cat Bus available here for Percival. Mammoths as well, with Destroyers here for Trigger. What is this unit called again? This one right there? Valkyrie, thank you. How is that unit? Thankery, Yuri.
They're very good anti-air. All right.
Okay, it's going to be 2-base Blink versus 3-base Blink. So the money that was spent on the third base should be the deficit in Blinks here that will allow Percival, in theory, to try to push through here.
And we're also utilizing the Blink Hunters as well from both players to try and get the extra units out, trying to use all of the resources possible in an equal way to be able to have just so many units. And we're going to try to, actually blinking forward yet again on all of Trigger's units, trying to get anything DPS down, trying to focus fire some of them as well, even focus firing the Blinks specifically to reduce the DPS. Obviously, Blink Hunters have overall less DPS than the normal Blinks. So very nice move there from Percival. Just relentless with this pressure. His army supply continues to be very, very high for him, considering he has not gone for a third base.
Yeah. Blinks in again. Is this an overextension? Some of these units are pretty softened up. No blink here yet for Trigger. He's going to try to blink away individually the weaker ones. Percival continuing to pull through here. He's got this rallied right up to the starting location of all the attacking units. Stutter step micro forward here.
Wow.
No blink just yet. Going to regroup.
The third base is now set up with workers from Trigger, so Percival has to be very careful here, because if he doesn't actually kill this, then this 2-base all-in is going to really start to hit a wall, because the units are just going to be able to get reinforced much better from Trigger, and I think moving down to actually kill this is absolutely the right play. We'll be able to get that and should be able to commence the snowball yet again.
Yeah, he's going to be able to push forward here. Now, there was a little bit of time in that third base, mined some resources. The math for me is a little bit fuzzy on like how that works out, but you can see now that Trigger seems to have enough. So that did pay off. Remember, you get units in Battle Aces basically like in real time when you have the money.
Yep.
So if you just get a few more resources, you pour that right back into the whatever you want to make, and you've got it, right?
Yep.
They basically cut out the downtime for building a building to make it, or the downtime to build the unit itself inside where the building would be.
Yep. You can see Percival's kind of waiting out exactly what he should be doing next. I think he is fine with the position that he's in, but he's not really sure what to do with his money just yet. He's not sure if he should tech, if he should expand, or if he should just keep making only core units, because he's not quite sure if Trigger's maybe going to go for an all-in. I think they're both in this similar situation of not being exactly sure what tech the other player is going for, or if someone's going to all-in. It looks like Percival will be the first to break the stalemate, going for his Starforge for advanced recalls and Dragonflies, and then it's instantly met with the Starforge of Trigger on the other side.
Okay, so he basically camps a third so he can just damage it and spot the moment it comes out. A blink in. Kind of a bad angle, though. Pretty good surround here. Trigger dives in again. Reinforcements come back. They come in, and they get a really good surround. It's going to be a painful stutter step micro back out of this.
Yeah, I think that was a bit too overeager for Trigger. I think he should have been pretty fine with keeping that third base set up in front of himself instead of trying to dive deeper, because now he's starting to lose the snowball yet again as Percival is relentless with these blinks, and that's going to be that. Trigger folds, and we have a tied series.
Wow. Very different game, by the way.
Yeah.
There, It's funny, like it's a lot harder than it looks to push through that with like 2-base versus 3-base.
Yeah.
Like you really micro in Battle Aces. I mean, it's really fast. They did not like turn down the game speed.
Oh yeah.
When they made this, so like you have to really know how to move into certain areas and optimize the damage and know when to like target like an individual unit versus like try to blink out your own units.
Yep.
But yeah, the way he powered through there, and then maybe he was a little bit too greedy at the end there, but seeing the push with the blinks was pretty impressive.
Yeah, again, this is like something that I'm
Did you update the score, by the way?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
It's something that I'm not as used to, because again, I'm not going for these super heavy Blink Hunter attacks. Like I actually didn't even realize that how good it is to add in the Blink Hunters into the Blink
I
to
didn't know about that at all.
maximize the like maximizing all of the amount of units you can get. Makes for these very lethal pushes. So it's quite interesting to see just how good they can actually be.
Yeah, it's funny too. Like we both had the same way of kind of looking at this game. I thought the exact same thing. You would never make these units unless there's air.
Yeah.
But no, actually, you can get a little bit more out, and that can allow you to swing a situation where one player is being greedy and the other one, if they just optimize how they pour that cash into units, they could take a fight that otherwise you wouldn't be able to do.
All right, what are the unit swaps we got here? We got Assault Bots coming out from Percival. We got King Crab Swift Shocker, which is a bit interesting. Actually, very interesting. Double Splash unit on the Foundry tech is kind of cool, which is going to get, I feel like, no, I guess mortars don't do well against those, but obviously you have destroyers. I wonder how Swift Shockers do against Destroyer Mortar.
That's a good question.
Because, I mean, the problem with usually is that you can't really get to the back line of the mortars, but Swift Shockers are pretty fast.
Yeah, they can run around them. You know, you have counterattacks that you might be able to kill workers in a way that you just could not in other situations. But yeah, it does seem like this would be a little bit tricky to go head-to-head with. But he's not going to go for Swift Shockers. He's going for Dragonflies and Advanced Recalls here.
Is it going to just be... Well, I guess it's got to be Dragonflies, I think. Well, I guess maybe not. It could just be Recalls, because we saw how crazy the Advanced Recalls were in those straight-up fights.
Yeah, the Advanced Recalls, I cannot believe how good they are.
Yeah.
And it's funny, because they look like normal Recalls without the shell. But they've got so much more damage.
Yeah, I'm kind of just waiting to see what he makes. It is going to be the Advanced Recall, so he is just going to go for a big 2-base attack with the crazy DPS of these Recalls.
Advanced Recalls are painfully slow. It's interesting to see that he went for Blink Recall, Advanced Recall, sorry, and not Recall Advanced Recall.
Yeah.
I'm curious about that. Maybe because you need something that can blink back to defend?
I think he just maybe likes the overall maneuverability of the blinks. I think he just is a big fan of that. We're going to have basically a base trade situation here as Trigger's just going all the way around. Going to try to get into the natural. The Recalls are trying to be... oh, wow. They just
I feel like this is doing horribly.
Yeah, just the blinks versus the Advanced Recalls is not going very well. You definitely need a bit more buffer with them, it seems like, as all the blinks were still across the map, not able to come back with them. So I guess... if you do have Recalls and Advanced Recalls together, the bonus is that you can have them all together, and I think that's when they really do shine, it seems like.
It doesn't feel like there's a lot of symbiosis with these units. That doesn't mean that it's bad, but it is kind of glaring when you look at how things can move around here, where some things are running across the map blinking, other things are slow but can recall to places. Seems like it's easy to get out positioned, and that's kind of the story so far in this game. Trigger on 3 bases, again, but... you know, it doesn't feel to me like Percival's really put himself in a better spot because of this. And I think a lot of what he tried to do basically worked, right? But it's the recovery that's been painful. And, you know, with the 3rd base about to repopulate with workers, it just seems like Trigger can continue to come in here. And if he doesn't advance through this spot, he'll at least keep enough pressure to where a 3rd seems unimaginable.
I'm still just so amazed at how good just Blink Hunter is. Like, I can't believe how much damage he's actually able to do with this.
Yeah.
A single Dragonfly trying to do something, and that's going to get thwarted away very easily. I'm just expecting, like, yeah, surely you have to tech, right? Like, you can't just keep going Blink and Blink Hunters.
It does feel like this is a game where Percival maybe have, like, zoned himself out of getting out of this hole that he's kind of dug himself in, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's a pretty loose, pretty relaxed spot right now for Trigger. He just has to kind of continue to kite and trade, you know, I guess reasonably here. You know, over time, he's drinking in more resources on the map so he can spend more. So this should just accumulate over time. Now we've got an angle that's just absolutely horrible here for Percival. This will probably be the end of the game.
Yep, looks like it. The Advanced Recall is trying to get used to defend, but they're in very low number. And it seems like the Blink Hunter combination from Trigger continues to be so oppressive.
You know, Blink just seems very good against advanced recalls, too, because advanced recalls don't have a lot of range. So you kind of just stay back and hit the front, and then you just dive in. See, like, the recalls, they haven't shot.
Yeah.
And then he goes... Oh,
bam.
I was going to make a sound. He didn't even do it. He didn't even do it.
All right. 3-2 for Trigger.
Okay, so Trigger looking extremely strong here. Really kind of a funny situation from Percival. It seems like he, like you said, he did his push. The idea worked. He got the third base, and then he wasn't able to recover his own base and get a third up.
Yeah, because you only can recall half your army, not the whole army. So he just doesn't defend the natural.
Undeniable fact that recall is so painfully slow.
Yeah.
Normal recalls, advanced recalls that like like I've had these games where occasionally I'll just fraction off. We're gonna go to a break, so don't tell them we're ready to go.
Oh, true.
Where I'll fraction off like 2 destroyers and just go kill a whole base with it, and it happens so fast. But those destroyers are dead to me.
Yeah.
When I send them out, they're not my core comp that I'm trying to get back, and it seems like. Again, this game is really new, and there's going to be changes and stuff, but I am noticing this theme where, like, man, Blinks can do a lot more in these situations if done well versus Recall, which is a very specific type of matchup.
For sure.
Guys, we're going to run some ads and take a break so we don't get bumped here. But stick with us. This is a best of 9, the finals of the Tassel Tussle 2, where we will be crowning a champion between Trigger and Percival. We will be right back, guys. See you in a second. Yo, yo, yo. Welcome back. Thank you for waiting. We are going to wrap up the finals here of the Tassel Tussle 2.
Oh, yeah.
It is Albino versus Trigger. It has been...
Percival.
Sorry, Trigger versus Percival. What is going on with me, man?
You just really wanted Albino in here, I guess. I don't know. You just hate Percival. You hate that he's here.
We were talking about one of Albino's games back there, and now I'm like thrown off by who we're actually casting here. Anyways, this has been a crazy series so far here. Trigger versus Percival. A real back and forth one. This is a best of 9, by the way. So, it's 5 games to win. So we still got plenty more to go through. What are you giggling about?
Someone just wrote something really weird in chat.
Oh, really? What is that? Yeah, that is insane. Hey, Calaris, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, boy. Hello, Kyle ARS. Also, Pig was in here, too. I saw
saw Piggy.
There's Mr. Piggly Wiggly.
Mm-hmm. Good to see you guys in here. Appreciate you. Score screen here. Let me pull this up. This one here. So right now it's Trigger 3 to Percival 2. Had kind of a push game that went on back there. It's interesting to see the range of different types of games we've been getting here in this game.
Oh,
you know,
Percival's ready.
We've had these air fleet games where cat buses kind of snowball it. We've had push timings with mortars. We've had kind of low tier, low tier, kind of slow. Like they both go on to 3 bases, but they're one guy's got wasps and recalls to try to push out that way. I don't know. It's just fun. 1 base all ins. A lot of different ideas at play here. It's been fun. Certainly, we are learning this game as you are, so it's been cool to just kind of, I don't know, watch the best players who are currently playing teach us how the game can be played. I know for both you and me, it was cool to see, like, recalls, hunter units, like hunters, blink recalls.
Yep.
Sorry. Blink hunters, recall hunters. I can't talk.
I was just kind of going with
it.
I was like, he's going to get his point eventually. I'll just kind of let him get there.
Give Grandpa some time here. He's going to figure this out. Anyways, in this game, it's going to be Blinks and Blink hunters here. So 3 base to 2. We've got tech coming, Dragonfly, and advanced recalls.
So it's going to do the same thing, exactly the same thing. And it obviously didn't work the first time, so has he realized something that he could change? Did he just maybe think he messed up the last game?
I'm really curious about this. Like, what does he think he needs to adjust?
Maybe just not go for the counterattack or the attempted snipe on the third and just kind of sit it back more. Just like maybe build up a larger army and then just slowly take the third base and then just kind of outscale with a bigger army, perhaps, is the play.
Maybe.
Because I think the big problem was when he tried to go for the kill on the third and then he just recalled half his army and lost half the army. And then
he lost all the advanced recalls specifically. The thing now, when I look at this situation, is that it seems like Trigger can just keep counterattacking.
Oh, it was an insta-cat bus tech. That's the switch. Oh, the super tech up into the cat bus.
Okay, I do like the cat bus play. He's going to have advanced recalls here, too. So this is an extremely different game. I was going to say, because if he tried to do some kind of recall push, the position's almost flipped on its head where Trigger could keep counterattacking because of how ahead he is. So he needs to not spend any more of the blue resource, the Kim resource, and only spend the David resource.
Yeah, save up all that Kim.
Yeah.
Keep his David low.
Yeah. You get a couple of Kim buses that way. So the position is kind of easy to play from here. It's going to be a question of, did he economically dish out enough, Trigger it in this case, to defend the cat bush push? Because I think you can still beat this. Oh my god, this angle is so bad. Look at how much wider it is. The expansion structure actually gets in the way. So already kind of an unfavorable fight, and one where Trigger should just have a little bit more here as far as blinks go.
First cat bus is out for Percival. Second one as well. So now it gets a little bit interesting, trying to send these across the map. One of them actually looking like it's going to be trying to go for harassment, but then it gets stuck by the blinks. But luckily, it's still very healthy, so will only lose about half of its health, then sends the other one up to try and do the harassment.
Could he intercept this, maybe?
I think it's too fast now. He can't quite get it.
2 more cat buses down here. If he can come, you can remember, these are blinks and not recalls, so he can actually just, if he gets up there, kill all the workers. It's not like there's an instant defense mechanism.
Yeah, and he's using all of his things on literally just the amount of money he gets every single time.
Yeah, he's dumping resources.
Yeah. So he's not going to have too much at home to defend against this potentially, although he did save up just a little bit.
Okay, here we go.
He's got a few blinks. We'll be able to do a little bit of damage here. Just a single cat bus isn't going to be the craziest damage, I guess. But it does force all these units to stay back home.
I don't feel like this is going as well as it should.
Yeah.
How many cat buses back at home? He's got 4. So there does seem to be this moment where you get enough of these things that it kind of snowballs fights. He is going to come in here and defend the third, so things are kind of balancing out here. Cat buses are going to move in. It's actually a confusing blink.
I know,
they both blinked into
back.
their own spots or whatever.
Yeah, that was weird. Anyways. Oh, forward blink from Trigger trying to get on top of these. Unfortunately, is only... the cat buses are honestly so beefy.
He needs to take the weak one and pull it over to the side here. I think he's getting way too punished by blink.
Yeah, that's 2 cat buses dead really quickly, and they were very low health, so able to jump on top of them. Another one getting focused down. Everything on the ground is getting evaporated by Trigger. It's just full-on blink hunter. You don't need tech units, apparently. It's insane. He's able to just break everything. I mean, Percival's got to switch something up, man. This is just not working.
Man, the cat buses were crushed, including the one that was back in the main. GG. Couple thoughts.
Yeah.
I don't know about the one cat bus sent around.
Yeah.
I feel like you got to kind of turtle and then push. I don't know. You kind of see the idea of the strategy, but then you see the problems with it too.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm gonna go back to the whole we haven't seen enough shockers point. I feel like what?
No, it's like was this like a big theme in our cast?
No, something I mentioned before where I felt like there's not a lot of shockers being used, like any types of shocker units.
It's a good point.
If we're just massing the small core units, isn't that like the best? Like, I mean, recall shockers are extremely good. Sturgeon was using recall shockers a lot in a lot of his ladder games, and it's just like so you cannot jump them. The range of them is insane.
Yeah.
You can just recall through the different bases. So even if they're jumping bases with blinks or whatever, you just recall the shockers there, and they just evaporate them. Like, I don't know. I feel like the shocker tech tree is not being used very much overall.
I feel like that cat bus strat can work, but I think it was almost like he went just too much the straight. Like, I'm going cat bus, try to stop me. And the other guy's got so much time now to try to just.
And the guy's like, okay,
he's literally.
I'll stop you.
In the game, you're watching their tech little clock tick up, so you're like, okay, you see the one unit that they're teching into. There's no mystery there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I really think we need a big switch up from Percival. This has not worked 2 games in a row.
Oops. Sorry, camera's dying out.
Go off into the ethers.
Yep. This is unfortunate. My camera's been dying out here. I've been troubleshooting to try to make it stop turning off here. Sorry, everybody.
That's okay. We're going in a game anyway.
We're going into game now.
Do we have a switch? We do. So it's going to be Blink Hunter with Locusts.
Okay.
We've got no shockers. I'm so sad. We do have snipers, mortars, still the advanced recalls. Huh. I'm curious what his play is going to be here. I'm really wondering what the Locust switch is for. Because it's not like Trigger's going for air. Huh.
Yeah, let's see.
Maybe it's to deal with like a potential if Trigger goes into Starforge, he has something to deal with the. I guess that they are very good against mammoths and butterflies.
By the way, guys, this is a best of 9, so if Trigger wins this, it's over.
Yep.
Best of 9 means you win 5 games and you're done. So Percival really needs to fight back and fight back hard.
Yeah, he's put everything onto this final deck, made a couple of small adjustments, and we'll see if it's enough to actually find himself to stay alive in this series. It's been all Trigger. It's been all Trigger and all Blink and Blink Hunters.
Yeah. It's interesting when you see the kind of definitive deck or comp when you get to the finals, right? Like everything's on the line.
Yeah.
They do not want to deviate away from blinks. Okay, so it's 3 base to 3 base right now. No tier 2. Oh, excuse me. Tier 2 tech just now starts for Trigger. It's going to be the Destroyer Mortar tech. Over on Percival's side, he is teching into mortars. That's the lone unit inside that composition.
And surely he's going to be trying to go up to snipers, is my guess.
I think
He's
so.
going to just try to sit on.
Probably get 3 mortars, set up camp, and then probably tech into the snipers. But, there's sniper tech here for Trigger as well. So, in my experience, when I see my opponent has mortars as well, I'll try to tech around it and just not engage with it. But it's cool to see how these guys are going to handle this because, what do you do if you both go into mortar and then sniper?
Yeah, I do like to go into the sniper versus mortar. It's very, I like that engagement. The problem is, of course, getting there is more my problem, especially since I like going recalls. It's very difficult to make space for myself to get into that tech. So I'm curious to see what they end up trying to go for here. I mean, going for Blink with Percival is going to make it a little easier potentially to move around and potentially delay Trigger to give him space for the fast sniper, but it looks like Trigger's just going to go for it first anyway, so they're both agreeing to the sniper wars. This is interesting.
Okay, he blinks in again. Up at the top, we've got 1 mortar. He's going to try to push. The angle is a little uncomfortable here. That mortar kind of locks out Blinks from moving in there. He's going to be able to hit this 4th base. Counterplay could be the 3rd base here in the middle, and that's exactly where he's going to go.
I kind of like this for Percival, honestly. Trading a 3rd for a 4th feels better because it's forcing all of these workers that were already established to be killed off, and then it just kind of gives us an easier leverage point down to the 4th base anyways, whereas the 3rd is just generally we like to have this secured as the player. Oh, I love that move from Trigger, putting 1 blink forward to tank the shot and then blinking everything else afterwards.
That was so good. I'm really impressed with that. So he takes this out 2 base to 2 right now. Their armies are kind of in the opposite positions you'd imagine, right? So nobody can take a 3rd. You do not choose where you take your 3rd base in this game. It is automatic.
Oh my god!
And
I think this is
snipers are
actually.
coming.
I think it's actually good for Percival. I feel like. Well, I guess he blinks on top of the snipers pretty quickly, but the rest of the army on the top was able to clear out the mortars in the middle, and then he's able to come down and kill off all those other blinks. And it's literally just snipers now for Trigger. He's got to be very careful because he can easily get overwhelmed by a huge amount of blinks. I think losing the mass amount of snipers is not actually as bad as it initially feels. Maybe it is actually pretty bad because then it means the other player can just set up mortars again, and then you're giving them the time. They then can buy time for themselves to get the rest of their blinks back up.
This does feel a little bit better right now for Percival. Like he's got a little bit more resources. Trigger has a base, but can he not push in here? I feel like he might just barely have enough.
He's trying to get his mortars set up first before going into it, and he needs to have his snipers to try and snipe down some of these mortars as well.
Yeah, he could try to counterattack. I feel like if you see this many mortars over here, you could always send a couple blinks around.
Oh, I kind of like that. He blinked one advanced blink forward to tank more of the shots and then gave himself some room, but there's just so much from Trigger. I mean, the damage from these snipers is insane. He's got so many of them. I guess this is the problem of losing all those snipers in the middle. Sure, the trade was good, and you ended up having way more blinks at the end of the fight, but he didn't actually have an opportunity to go and punish with that larger blink count right away. So now he's seeing the result of that, and he's being completely outranged by all the snipers.
Yeah, you made a really good point. You setting the advanced blink in there first to tank, and then trying to come in there and snipe, but it backfired. Now it's 3 base to 2. On every metric, Percival is down. I would imagine he will fail in this next attack and probably tap out.
Yeah, this is looking pretty bad for him. He only has, what, 2 snipers in this army, whereas opponent, what does Trigger have? He's got like 8 or something.
I think
like
he
that.
can literally just overwhelm it with snipers alone.
Yeah, I think he's just being cautious because he knows that he's 3 to 2 and he has no reason to really push it. But if he wanted to, he could easily just slow push this with his snipers. There's nothing to be able to deal with them. Sure, the advanced blinks are forward and can soak up some shots, but you can't actually do anything with them.
Okay, he's coming in. This should be the closing moment of this game. GG! Trigger is the Tassel Tussle 2 champion. GG! He's holding the trophy.
He's just like that little crab in the overlay that's holding that little trophy up, man.
That's right. This was fun. I gotta say, Trigger really impressed me, man. He played like extremely well. He had a very tough bracket, and he did it. Final score was, what was it?
5 to 2.
5 to 2, right? Yeah,
pretty dominating victory.
Very impressive.
A lot of those wins also didn't even really look close.
Yeah,
I have to say.
Yeah,
like a couple of the ones in the middle, like that last game was kind of interesting, but like a couple of those ones in the middle, I thought it was like very Trigger favored. So, very, very impressive from him. First rank on the ladder apparently means a lot in Battle Aces.
We're gonna just sum up this tournament real quick here, guys. So as you can see, we have Trigger as the champion. Actually, because you can't see, this is just the old bracket. We'll have a better format for doing this down the road, where the bracket will be updated and everything. We're kind of
we're a 1.5 man team right now with me doing basically everything.
I'm the half man that just talks while Gemini does everything. The results were Theory beats DeWalt, Percival beats Vibe, Trigger beats Albino, Parting beats Sturgeon, and then it was Percival beats Theory, and Trigger beats Parting. Ultimately, Trigger wins in the end. So congratulations to Trigger, and thank you to all the players that stayed with us for this event. Thank you to Uncapped Games.
Yeah.
For making Battle Aces. It's a lot of fun.
David Kim.
That's right. Every loss in this game is David Kim's fault. Let's be clear about that. But yeah, thank you to them for making a great game. This beta has been a lot of fun. Thank you for tuning in, whether you're on Twitch or you're watching a VOD of this on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, like the video, give it a thumbs up, leave a comment. That really helps. YouTube is a huge place. It's hard to get your stuff out there. The algorithm has to like you, has to choose you. We'll be doing another one of these down the road. I don't know when. I think the beta is not up for that many more days.
Yep, closes on the 18th, so get your games in. If you're inspired by these games, get on the ladder. All of the units are free, by the way, again. They changed that. Before they were not, you had to unlock them, but they changed it, so if you were maybe a little off-put at first by the progression system, they're all unlocked, so you can go and play whatever you want. You can copy triggers, build. You can copy whoever's build you want from the tournament, and go get some games in before it closes on the 18th.
That's right. Trying to think of anything else. Check out tastelessthreads.com. That's my merch store. If you want to support me and what we're doing here, you can buy a Tassel Tussle shirt. We've got stuff there. And, yeah, I guess that's it.
Trigger saying he's going to walk over to our house to do the interview.
Trigger, you live right by me, right? Trigger, if you want to get dinner with us, we're going to go get food. You're welcome to come.
Also true.
You could have the Tassel Tussle Champions Dinner
Oh.
with the casters. We'll message you afterwards. We're going to raid somebody before my camera dies again. I'm sorry my camera was turning off and on. We'll have that fixed in the future. Now we got to find somebody to raid. Who's playing Battle Aces?
Us.
We're going to raid this guy that has one person watching.
Nice.
Raid this person. We don't know this guy. Be nice. And I'll be back to streaming on Tuesday, guys.
I will maybe stream my own stream on Gemini SC2. That's my plug.
Wow. Wow. Okay, is our raid ready to go?
Invalid username. You typed
Try it
wrong.
again. I'll just cut paste his name.
Yeah, not
I think it's... All right. /raid.
Boom.
Boom. All right, guys. We're about to change this guy's life.
Let's do it. Everyone
God.
say hello, and you're beautiful.
We are such good people. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for watching.